evening. This is the regular meeting of the Southfield City Council, March 25th at 6 p.m. in the council chambers. Madam Deputy Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Roll call. Council President Mendenhall.
Present.
Councilmember Pro Tem Banks.
Present.
Councilmember Bragdon. Here. Councilmember Cruz. Councilmember Hayes. Present. Councilmember Hicks.
Present.
Councilmember Holt.
Present.
Mr. President, you have 8.
All right, thank you. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order, colors. Right turn. Forward, march.
All right, you can be seated. Thank you. Our first item of business today are the appointments, badge pinning and swearing in of new Southfield fire officers, driver engineers, firefighter paramedics, and firefighters. I'd like to ask our esteemed fire chief to come up, please. And I'll just add, we are the busiest fire department in Oakland County. We always do what we can to help our guys. Even tonight on our agenda, we are approving some additional exercise equipment to make sure that they stay in shape and they have what they need. So without further ado, Chief.
Well, you're going to approve.
Good evening,
Good
Mr.
evening.
President, Council, Honorable Mayor, City Administrator, residents and visitors of the City of Southfield. It's my honor to stand before you for 11 candidates to be sworn in tonight. 5 are promotion positions. The other 6 are firefighters that have completed their probation period. Just to go back on the probationary period, on a promotion period is, we have a very intensive promotional process here. They have a written examination as well as an oral or an assessment center evaluation. It is not uncommon in our department for a person to score 90% and still not be promoted. That's the quality of the individuals that are before you this evening. And as well as are about to be newly sworn in firefighters, it's a very rigorous program to become a Southfield firefighter. I mean, from the simple point of a 5-step process of a written examination, you have an oral interview, sometimes a second interview with the chief, extensive background, as well as a psychological and a medical evaluation. But I'm here to tell you that all of these individuals have passed that with flying colors, as well as a lot of them have already have their paramedic certification, which the paramedic certification now is like 13 months long of intense book work, as well as 600 to 800 hours of clinical hours in the field, and pass a 5-part National Registry exam on top of trying to be a firefighter. So it is to be commended from these individuals of their accomplishments this far. So All of these new individuals have been evaluated by their peers, by their officers, and the command staff. And they've learned everything from firefighter techniques to search and rescue, to medical, to driving an apparatus, to pumping with the vehicle, and they have not only met but exceeded our expectations.
Wonderful.
And with that, so I'd like to start calling individuals up one by one. So we're going to start with our new fire marshal, Tom Zell, badge number 286. I'll invite Inspector Wolon, badge number 294.
They must have gotten new pins. It looks like it's easier. It used to be so hard.
Oh, there it is. There it is. So we'll call up driver engineer Rob Scott, badge number 285. These driver engineers are the individuals that are driving those $1 million apparatus that you approved. These are the individuals that are chosen to drive them. Driver engineer Tom Rickard,
I'll figure it out.
badge number 309.
Do you guys need agendas?
Good job. Good job. Next up, we'll call driver engineer Zecker, badge number 312. And so the next 6 individuals have completed their probation area to become full-fledged sworn-in firefighters and firefighter paramedics. We'd like to start with firefighter paramedic Eric Imeson. We were able to get him from Flint, city of Flint, badge number 359. Next, we have firefighter paramedic Ryan Curtis, badge number 360. He comes to us by way of Canton. Next, we have firefighter paramedic Terrence Mayfield, badge number 361. Also from Canton.
No females this time?
That's good. Next, we have firefighter Bradley Gudith. We also got him from Canton, badge number 362. You know, I got to grab him because I owe him a personal apology. I wasn't able to give him his shield. His shield. We're trying to do it. He went out on runs and calls, so I wanted to make it a thing. I apologize. I'm sorry that we couldn't give it to you sooner, but here you go, Mr. 362.
What's a shield? Gotcha.
Next, we have firefighter paramedic Ryan Plez, badge number 363. Also from Canton.
Firefighter mechanic.
And last, but definitely not least, River Shetler, I'm sorry, badge number 364. At this time, I'd like to invite our Deputy City Clerk, Mrs. London, up to swear everyone in, please.
Remember Paris.
I do solemnly swear or affirm. That I will support the Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the State of Michigan. And the city charter of the city of Southfield. And I will faithfully perform my duties
Just more ceremonial. Chief, can we ask them to come around?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, there's a good picture. Am I in the way? Here we go. I know you have a long council meeting. I'll be brief. I've been told I should be brief, but I definitely wanted to point out I didn't introduce Deputy Chief Macias. Please stand back up, Deputy. I thought I saw Battalion Chief Charette in the back. Was he there? He's over there. But he's in the back there. The one of the there he goes. Our executive assistant Marcy. There you go. And you can. I don't want to get in trouble. But that's my wife over there. Yeah. I want to make sure I cover this. But I can't thank the residents of this great city, council, city administrator, for supporting the fire department. You've not only said it with your words, but you've said it with your pocketbooks, and I really appreciate it on behalf of the fire department. Thank you so much. Just a couple quick words to my new individuals. I hate to talk to your back, but newly promoted, my officers, so forth. Now is the time, Now is the time for us to step up and lead. Our department is very young. Half the department is, quite young. This is what keeps me up at night. But I'm leaning on you to help do the right thing, and you don't have to ask to do the right thing. Do the right thing. I'm counting on you to do that. Hold yourself accountable and hold others around you accountable. Remember, no one below your badge number should fail. You got to take personal ownership in that if someone below you in your badge number were to fail. To the new firefighters, seize the moment, seize the day. This is the time. This is your time. This is your department. You have, the only one that can stop you is you. You have that ability and support with this city, with this fire department. Seize it. Remember who you serve in this city. You serve these great citizens, these business partners, and the visitors of this great city. Remember why you got into this business, to serve. I can't thank you enough. I hear the calls. I know what you're going through, and like I said, we'll definitely get there and get there together with that. As far as the families, I want to personally thank the families of these firefighters. Serving ain't easy. Your job as helping them and supporting them is not easy. I want to thank you for sharing them with us. It means a lot. I take that personal. We're going to try everything we can to keep them safe and give them the education and training, the tools that they need to be successful in this, but I'm also going to need your help. I know there's times where they're going to be away for Christmas and Thanksgiving and so forth, and I know that's tough. I'm asking you also to watch out for them. If you see them acting different or something's wrong, I want you to reach out. Reach out to me so we can make sure that we're supporting our firefighters in any way we can. And so I really, by my heart, I appreciate the sacrifices that the families are making so these firefighters can actually go out and serve and protect others. So that means a lot. And so for me, thank you personally. One last thing I'd like to say, on April 7th, we're having our annual hockey event at the ice arena here, where our firefighters are going to, you can tell Chief Barron I said this. I'm already say that we're going to be victorious this year in it. But April 7th at 1 o'clock at our ice arena, inviting you all to come out to support your firefighters and police officers. One big happy family. All right, Southfield strong. So at this moment, if you don't want to stay for the entire council meeting, this is the time where you should graciously get up and you should exit the room.
I forgot that that's why there's a lot of people here.
That's the wig. That's the red hair wig. Yeah, no, not always.
I know. Let's see if she talks. She might just want to be listening. She's coming with more names. This kid.
Well, that was the problem is there's these public hearing signups, and that confuses everyone.
Why did we do that?
Allison started it.
Mr. Mandel,
So
public hearing.
we need to, also, we need to,
In addition to what he just
that's why I
got.
was late, I was trying to film it.
So that's the
People are like, oh,
public.
is this a sign-in sheet? I said, do you want to speak? And they were like, no. I'm like, then don't worry about it.
During the public hearing, they need to say their name and address.
I know.
And then we need to double check with the clerk. There's not that many for public hearing.
This is 25 people for communication.
Okay.
So the mayor's gonna say, told you so.
So some things that were not true today. So
They were hopefuls.
Yolanda's like, be nice. I'm like, they're not true.
It might get a little ruckus. People talking about gas.
All right. All right, we will continue with the rest of our meeting. Next up is communications. The Southfield City Council has established the following rules of procedure for all speakers. No speaker may make personal or impertinent attacks upon any officer, employee, or city council member or other elected official that is unrelated to the manner in which the officer, employee, or city council member or other elected official performs his or her duties. No person shall use abusive or threatening language towards any individual when addressing the city council. Any person who violates this section shall be directed by the presiding officer to be orderly and silent. If a person addressing the council refuses to become silent when so directed, such person may be deemed by the presiding officer to have committed a breach of the peace by disrupting and impeding the orderly conduct of the public meeting of the city council and may be ordered by the presiding officer to leave the meeting. If the person refuses to leave as directed, the presiding officer may direct any law enforcement officer who is present to escort the violator from the meeting. The council may not provide responses to public comment during the meeting if you have provided your contact information when you have signed up for public communications, the city will provide a more formal response to you in the near future. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. There is a timer that will tell you how much time you have remaining. There was some confusion about the sign-up sheets. There will be a public hearing for many of the items that are on our agenda this evening. You do not need to sign up for that, and you will have an opportunity to speak. So we just want to make it clear that the public comment in this section is for anything you would like, but we do have the public hearings which are specific for those businesses and locations that we will have later on in the meeting as well. And I apologize if I mispronounce your name. The first speaker is Rita Solo. Yeah. John usually opens it.
I'll text Terry.
Good evening. It's Rita Soka, S-O-K-A. Good evening. My name is Rita Soka. I am here on behalf of myself, my husband, who's the owner and the operator of Franklin Liquor, and I am representing him as his attorney as well. I am a Chaldean American business owner. I have my law practice in Southfield, Michigan, and I am interested in also purchasing a building in Southfield, Michigan to enlarge and expand my practice of law. However, I am reconsidering all of that because of the most recent decisions that have been made regarding the applications related to the liquor license. I am considering, I'm here to speak on item J, regarding the application to sell liquor at the 24839 Greenfield Road, Southfield, Michigan. I'm in opposition of that because we do not want more liquor stores in the city. That is 26 miles square miles. We have enough liquor stores. The increase in number of liquor stores will increase crime, will increase drunk driving, will increase pedestrian accidents, and will also create a new city. We would call the city of Southfield the liquor city, and we don't want that. I was authorized to speak on behalf of a retired police officer, Kenneth Roshan. He served the city of Southfield for 29 years, and he authorized me to state the following. He stated that in his 29 years of serving the city, he was awarded a award by the city to he had arrested the most drunk drivers in the city. He's in opposition of this movement of giving away liquor license to almost every applicant. And he was also awarded and honored by the Mothers Against Drunk Drivers. With that being said, I request that you deny the application request. I request that you place a moratorium, and I also request you place a buffer between liquor license application, liquor stores, just like you have been with other businesses, so you can be consistent with the other businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to remind the audience this is a business meeting, and we ask that you not applause or make any noise for each speaker, and be respectful to each speaker no matter what their view is. Thank you. Our next speaker is Stacy Jackson.
Good evening, Stacy Jackson, Association President of Beechwood Acres Homeowners Association. I am here tonight to stand in solidarity with the liquor stores who want to deny gas stations getting liquor licenses. I stand in solidarity for a number of reasons. One, as a community activist, it is not appropriate for the city to consider it feasible to allow every gas station in our city to also sell liquor when we already have liquor stores in our city. Two, I stand in solidarity with them in that I think that this city should place a moratorium on this liquor license with gas stations so that we can at least put in parameters of proximity to honor that every mile rule. Third, I stand in solidarity with them on a more intimate and personal level. As an African American woman, I am not exempt from the ill feels of discrimination of this history of the nation and the city. While I feel Southfield is a great city, just as I feel our nation is, it is not without a dark past. I feel that oversaturating our city, which is a population of African Americans, that's 70%, placing liquor stores and gas stations together will do a great bodily harm to your constituents. And while you may not see it as a discriminatory act, flooding and oversaturating a predominantly black city is a detriment to our young people. Recently, Forbes magazine rated the city of Detroit, which includes Southeast Michigan, as the third highest in the nation for drunk driving. If you do not think that is a reason to give you pause to protect the constituents and the people that you are seated and facing and elected to protect and serve, you are mistaken. These numbers will only rise with an increase of liquor stores. The fact that we would even be here today thinking that it is acceptable to have liquor stores and gas stations trumped up on top of one another in a city as small as Southfield is ridiculous. And while there are surrounding cities that have instituted this, please know that they have done a great job with instituting that 5-mile rule. You cannot go to Berkeley, Farmington, West Bloomfield, and find any of these stacked up on top of one another. I ask that you do your jobs, wield your might, use the power that the people elected you to do, and say no.
Excuse me, I would like to remind everyone that we will not be clapping or screaming out for each speaker, and if it does continue, we will have to take a recess. Our next speaker is Keith Harris.
How you doing today? My name is Keith Harris. We just sworn in a bunch of new firemen. I know when my dad got killed in a car accident when I was a kid, they pulled him out in pieces. 10 people got killed in one accident. My father lost half his face and his whole bottom half, and the firemen pulled him out in pieces. Let me say, one of the reasons I moved here is because the liquor stores closed at 10 o'clock. Now we got liquor stores, gas stations that's gonna stay open till 2 in the morning. You don't think that makes our city unsafe? I'm sitting here telling you, my wife is right. We did our statistics. Most police officers don't approve of this. Whoever came up to this podium last time and lied and said, well, oh, the police, Farmington Hills and West Bloomfield approve of this, they do not. Their liquor stores are still a mile apart. We sit here today and we elected y'all to make the right decisions. Y'all supposed to be a wise council, not just a council trying to make a buck. And this is what you're doing. Every time I see a mother driving home with her kids in the car after school and our police department is in a high-speed chase because they tracing a drunk. And that drunk may hit them children and that mother, which could be your kids or your grandkids. Do you ever think that far ahead? When you make these decisions, you have to take your families in consideration as well as mine. I have grandkids in this city. I have grandkids. You know, my son is a police officer. And I tell him all the time, you can't fix it from the outside. You got to do it from the inside. We talk about Team Southfield. Well, you know who's a part of that team? The residents. We are the team. You guys are just recruits. We the real team. Remember, your job is at stake, because if you don't rescind this, we're going to rescind you.
Our next speaker is Selena Soka.
Hi, my name is Selena Soka. I'm a Chaldean American, and I'm the daughter of Steve and Rita Soka, who are business owners and immigrants that came to America to give my siblings and I a brighter future. My dad has owned Franklin Liquor since I was 8 years old. I'm almost 24. Our family's business has put my mom, siblings, and myself through education. I was provided with a Catholic education through high school and graduated from Wayne State University's Mike Ilitch School of Business in 2022 with a degree in global supply chain. This has allowed for opportunities I couldn't imagine. My extended family has at one point lived in Southfield and has been employed at Franklin Liquor at some point in time, including myself. As an employee at a government-contracted defense company, a phrase that I am constantly reminded is that our job is to bring our troops home safely. Your job is to bring students home safely, children home safely, and adults home safely. I'm in opposition of granting liquor licenses to gas stations without any limitations, as this will increase crime rates, accidents, and turn the beautiful city of Southfield into the city of Liquorfield. I request you deny the liquor application, grant a moratorium, and place a buffer between liquor stores consistent with other businesses similar to liquor stores. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Soka.
Hello, my name is Steve Soka. I've been a part of this city for over 3 decades. I own Franklin Liquor. I've been there for almost 2 decades, serving and contributing to the growth of the city. As an entrepreneur, I'm hesitant to invest in the city currently due to reasons that we are here for today. The city of Southfield is at a turning point. I propose that we rename to Liquorfield, Michigan. With the changes of allowing gas stations to sell beer, wine, and liquor, council is setting the city up to become Oakland County's liquor capital. And the potential number of liquor retailers could easily double and more over the course of a year. It is possible for every gas station to make alterations and get approved to get liquor. We need to protect our legacy for future generations to come. Two stations have already been approved, and this is the start of new liquor licenses being added to our community without safeguards limiting the distance between licenses. The city has put buffer zones in ordinance for other business in the community, such as pawn shops, soup kitchens, nail salons, smoking lounges, cultivations, and of course dispensaries. That being said, the cannabis industry is regulated as liquor by the state of Michigan. Changing the law for gas stations to have liquor is not against the law. However, it has been inconsistent with the city ordinance due to the other businesses that we named off. We would like to modify the ordinance to put a cap on the number of licenses. 2, we would modify the ordinance to add a buffer zone between liquor stores consistent with the cannabis ordinance. 3, modify the ordinance to prohibit any liquor license from any other city that is not a Southfield liquor license. And 4, I also request that you refuse the approval of the gas station in question today. The city has 26 square miles. There's plenty of options to maintain the proper distance for this industry and any other industry with the proper safeguards for the community and our legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robin Thomas.
Hello, my name is Robin Thomas and my husband Frank Thomas.
We're here to show solidarity for our brothers at the gas station, jail gas station, in full support for them. I mean, we've been here before and time again, and if necessary, we'll be back again. And I think that I heard a lot of description about overcrowded, this and that, but you can go to a supermarket and it's crowded. Just like Kroger's down the street from us. If it's too crowded, we'll go on Greenfield and 12 Mile. We never had any problems at the supermarket, no problems there, you know. As you know, we've been going there, trading there over close to 30 years. We've been trading with them and haven't had any problems there. I haven't witnessed anything there. Okay. But everybody got their own opinions about it, but I think everybody is allowed to have a chance to prove themselves. The expansion, the building, whatever they're going to do to be able to serve the community. There's enough there for everybody.
What I would like to say is that I really didn't know Christy and them at the gas station, but me being here almost 30 years, them are the nicest people that I ever known. Ain't never been no mess around at the gas station that I know of. They just good people. So my thing is, even though the people across the street at the liquor store think they should not have license, well, I think they wrong. They need to concentrate on the neighborhoods. This is what we having our problems at in the neighborhoods, not at the liquor store, not at the Shell gas station. Our problem they need to be dealing with is in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sabrina Soka.
Hello, my name is Sabrina Soka. I am the daughter of Steve Soka, who owns Franklin Liquor in Southfield. And my dad has been a part of the Southfield community since I was in kindergarten. And now I am in law school, and he has put me through school through the help of this business. So it's really a business that means a lot to our family and me especially. As a law student and as a matter of public policy, I believe that accepting gas stations to have liquor licenses will not only increase the risk of the citizens of the state of Southfield, but also those who commute through Southfield, as it is personally my route every day to get to and from school. Leaving school at a late time is already a risk that I face, and it's a worry that I have. So coming through Southfield and driving where there can possibly be an increased risk of drunk drivers is a worry that I shouldn't be having. So these are my reasons as to why this should be denied.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Chosid.
Good evening. My name is Paul Chosid. I've been involved in the city of Southfield for over 40 years. and I'm the owner of the New Orleans Mall. We do have a liquor store at the New Orleans Mall, which is directly across the street from this gas station, and we really object to having another liquor store in that area. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Crystal Rice, or Crystal with a last name starts with R. Unharden? Nope. Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Crystal Rice. My family has been in the city of Southfield for about 20 years. We currently own a family home, and I patroned the gas station as well as the neighborhood liquor store. I think it's a mistake. I love both businesses. Both businesses are great, but we need, if you're going to have this liquor license get approved, it needs to be mandated. It should not be one on top of the other. The reason why we chose Southfield for our home is it's a family-oriented. That means kids are always walking. Then we have Saturdays where the community is always out walking. I believe and truly believe that if you do approve this, that the drunk driving will increase, and it does affect our community. Our community will look no more. I grew up in the city of Detroit all my life. Every block had a liquor store. And it created crime, and it will create crime in our community. So I say no, and I trust that you guys will make the right decision, because this is going to affect our children one way or another. Yes, I am an entrepreneur. I own a business. It's not in the city of Southfield, however, because I'm a home-based business. But however, it will affect our children. It will affect them being up all night, hanging out. You know, we've known Eddie's family for almost 20 years. So it's not a favoritism of who or what. It's about the community and how it's going to affect the community. And we're going to end up looking like another face. We're going to be another city that's going to have liquor store on every corner. You might as well approve having everything else on every corner, because that's what it's going to be. It's going to be like Magic City. And we don't want that. We don't want that. Southfield has high standards, and we need to continue to have these high standards. We should have these liquor stores within a 1 or 2 mile radius, not on top of each other. So I definitely say no, and I trust you guys will make the right decision. Have a good day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Willie Davis. Okay. Our next speaker is Amrinder Singh.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Amrinder Singh. I'm a business owner. I own a liquor store at Southfield Road 30203, and like it's more insecure for us. We owned this business in 2022. Before, there was nothing like this, but now, since they're changing all this, it's kind of insecure for us. Like, all our livelihood depend on this business, and we started knowing that there are going to be certain number of liquor license in Southfield, but since now the numbers are increasing, it's affecting our livelihood. And the other thing is, like, the gas stations, they are open almost 24 hours. They're gonna sell liquor for 20 hours a day. As compared to the liquor stores, they are only open, like, most of them are 10 to 10 or 9 to 10, like 12, 13 hours a day. So everything gonna be double. So I'm opposing this. I want denial on the application for the approval of this gas station. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Juan Mendez.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Juan Mendez, and I'm here to support our local business owner, Chris, which is well loved in our community, and I'm here to support him. to get his license to sell liquor at this gas station. It will be convenient for the neighbors not to run around looking for several things. It's going to be like one stop store. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Greg Keeler.
Why is the clock moving?
You can,
So why is the clock moving? I haven't spoke.
you can keep, I'm watching the clock. You can speak.
I'll give my whole 3 minutes, is
Yep.
what you're saying? Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Just because you say something is legal doesn't make it right. If you are ethical, moral counsel, you would, one, listen to your residents. Two, you would think about disbanding the neighborhood nonprofit reorganization system. The neighborhood reorganization system has caused a lawsuit for foreclosures in the city of Southfield. If you pull out your electronic devices and punch in the word City of Southfield foreclosure property theft, you'll be surprised what you might see pop up. There shouldn't be 1 penny of any resident's money paid for what is going to go on with the lawsuit with the nonprofit organization. The nonprofit should pay for that lawsuit. We should not pay for it. The Court of Appeals noted that the Southfield officials involved in the foreclosure process was shocking to the conscience. They questioned the motives of Southfield officials because of their clear conflict of interest regarding their involvement between Southfield government and the Initiative Corporation, but ruled in favor of the city initiative. But the Supreme Court ruled back against them and said all the people in the city of Southfield who had lost their homes should get their money back and get their equity within their home, which is generational wealth, which has been stolen from them. The nonprofit should be the one that pays for it. Should not come out of the city at all, not 1 penny. We had no involvement with it. It should be disbanded. You should also listen to the people here as they're talking about the liquor. You hear them saying what they're saying, and if you go in the city of in the city of Detroit, there is no gas station that sells beer and wine. And you shouldn't be within 200-300 feet of another store. How does that help them make any money? Or does one lose money because one is right next to the other? Listen to your people. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kevin Bond. I'd like to remind everyone to please silence your cell phones.
Good evening. I got a ticket. I think this is like my 6th time coming here. And when I first came to you guys, I told you about the Southfield food truck laws. And the only thing I'm asking you guys to do is if you can look at them, because they, in my opinion, are antiquated. The ordinance came out in 1999, and it was a revision in 2015. I talked to a couple of attorneys, and what they said was the law is ambiguous at best. And what it states is that if you have an inoperable vehicle, it has to be moved out of the driveway. I had a code inspector that came to my driveway Saturday morning with cameras and everything, like he was some type of surveillance. And I didn't even know that we had code enforcement that worked on Saturdays. Isn't that overtime? It's not?
Depends how they do it.
Well, I'm just asking. They rotate? Okay, but he came, and what happened was I talked to the city attorney last week, and he gave me today to move my food truck. And so I'm just saying to you guys, if you can just kind of look at it, because we're trying to put together right now a big event where we're talking about doing a house music festival, and we're going to have food trucks and people from all over the world. In fact, my sister's in England right now, and we're trying to work something out. So if you guys can just look at it and just be a little bit more food truck friendly, I appreciate it. I'm a voting citizen too. You know, I appreciate all these people here, but I'm an actual voting member, so I appreciate it if you give me some consideration. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian Ross. Brian Ross here. All right. Next we have Troy. Okay. Derek Edwards. Is Derek Edwards here? Okay. Are you Derek Edwards? No, Brian. Oh, okay.
Hello. Hello?
Yep.
Yes, my name is Brian Ross. I'm a resident in Southfield for about 20 years at 16301 Fairfax.
Can you speak up, please?
So my name is Brian Ross. I've been a Southfield resident for about 20 years. I live at 16301 Fairfax Street, Southfield. And I think it's wise to have the liquor store at the gas station on Greenfield because it's like a one-stop shop, pretty much. You can get gas, get the liquor you need, and it'll be more convenient for the residents here in Southfield. And you don't have to worry about the traffic going over across the street, gotta get gas here, gotta go over there somewhere else to get the liquor. I can get it all in one place. It'll be great. And I think, you know, they got good customer service there, and they keep their store safe, where ain't no people lounging around, things in that nature, and they got good, you know, safety hazards there, so I think it'll be a wise thing to do, to have it there. And I figure it wouldn't pretty much make a difference if you got another liquor store across the street and you got one here at the gas station. It'd be better to get it in that one place, so I ain't got to cross over and go, you know, to grab something from across the street. I can just do it all in one place. I think that'll be pretty convenient, and it'll be a safer way to do it. And I think that, you know, it ain't no harm to it. If people buy liquor, you know, they go where they gotta go, and we can't control that because this place got liquor and the other place got liquor. Oh, it's a hazard because this place got it, you know what I'm saying, something happened. I think that's not a problem by it being close together. So I think it'd be wise to keep it here, and they do have it in the suburbs further north. They have them in the gas stations and things of that nature, so I think it's no harm to it. So I think it'd be a wise thing to do. And I hope y'all do approve, you know, that law for the gas stations here in Southfield. Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Troy's still not speaking, is that correct? All right, Derek Edwards.
Good evening. My name is Derek Edwards. I've been living in Southfield since the early 90s, and what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I don't think it's fair if the liquor stores sell liquor and the gas station can't sell it. I mean, New York has been doing it since 2008. They don't have no problems, and they the most highly regulated city in America. And they got gas stations. They had gas stations, liquor selling out their gas stations since early 2000s, and there ain't been no problems. In Dearborn, on Warren and Telegraph, they've been doing it for the last 20 years. Yeah, they get traffic up and down Telegraph, but it's no problems. It all boils down to making good choices and convenient. It's convenient for the liquor store to do it. Why it ain't convenient for the gas station to do it? It's the same cause and effect. So I think, you know, they should have a chance just like the liquor store should. It's all about a person making a decision. It's the same thing if they bought the liquor from the liquor store. The person went there and made a decision. You can't police ignorance, so you shouldn't shun these people and not give them their liquor license and then do it for the other people. That's it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alex Collazo.
My name is Alex Collazo. I've been a Southfield resident for the last 10 years. As we all know, gas stations, they're a common stop for all of us, whether we're getting gas, snacks, or even using the bathroom. Selling alcohol at this gas station, it would increase their revenue. A lot of people, you know, we don't have time to make separate trips to a liquor store. So being able to purchase alcohol at a gas station, excuse me, would save a lot of time and effort. Gas stations, they can become a one-stop shop for everybody. So I think that selling alcohol at gas stations would bring a lot of benefits to businesses and to customers as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeanette Gordon. She's coming up.
Hello, my name is Jeanette Gordon. I've resided at 16309 Hardin.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
For 40 years. I have watched the transition of different areas, you know, the gas station, and I think it's all about convenience. It's convenient, it's a one-stop shop. They have the best chicken, and and
please keep the comments and the noises.
So, you know, and you can do everything there. The atmosphere is pleasant, it's safe, and I don't see no reason why it shouldn't be granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marlene Wilson. Is Marlene Wilson here? Darcy Smith. Mordecai Kleinberg.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mordecai Kleinberg. I've lived in the city of Southfield for about 20 years. Sherwood Village, I'm the block captain, past member of the city CERT team. I'm here based on living in Southfield, which is a family city, and I feel that we have enough liquor stores, enough stores that are carrying alcohol. I don't feel we need to have them in the middle of our city, around our families. Very busy intersection of 10 and Greenfield. Pedestrians walking across the street back and forth. There's a school right there. It's the heart of our neighborhood, heart of the community. There has been an increase in pedestrian accidents and vehicles coming through. We had a young lady that spoke before that said the city of Detroit is the third highest in the alcohol citations and drunk driving. Southfield is a corridor right into Detroit. We have Southfield, we have Greenfield, cars go all up and down all the way. I don't feel that we need to have another location to have alcohol later in the afternoon, in evening hours. You know, there could be an increase in traffic, increase in crime, increase in accidents. And I think there should be a moratorium to have them paced and separated between liquor stores. We've done that before and other venues. And I think it'll be safer for our community, and it would continue keeping Southfield, the community's safe Southfield city it is, and the good reputation we have, the wonderful, you know, the wonderful council, the wonderful city government. I think it would be better off as a family city if we try to maybe take a break and, you know, take a break from giving licenses to everyone that wants them, and just pace them and separate them. Our families will be safer, the community in the area will be safer. I think they'll be safer for us, for all health-wise in the long run. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'd like to remind, we can hear a phone ringing. I'd just like to ask everyone to please silence your cell phones. Our last speaker was a speaker who has been asked, a council member has asked for her to be recognized. Councilman Hoag, you wanted someone recognized, you mentioned?
Yeah, I had a constituent, or let me say a taxpayer who requested that I sign them off, and I
Okay, and that,
she did ask. Pamela Gerald.
all right. Ms. Gerald, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, council. Good evening to everyone in the chambers, to the mayor, our city administrator, our city attorney, and I didn't know who the deputy clerk was, so I'm happy to see you. You know, this is an issue that has been before council. Council has voted. There have been studies. The legislative committee has reached out to the Liquor Control Commission, and there's been so much dialogue. And I don't know how or why we are at this point right now and why Councilman Lloyd Cruz is not here. And it always seems convenient that sometimes council members miss the meetings. Now,
Please.
we know that alcohol is a problem for people that like to excessively drink. We also know that taking pills is a problem for people that like to take pills and get high. But what I don't hear people in this community talking about is 3 things that we have a problem with in our global world community, and that is fentanyl, OxyContin, domestic violence, suicide, and gun violence. Now, if you are this upset and this scared about a gas station selling liquor when that's what's trending, and we always have to keep in mind what's trending in our society, why are you not pissed off about these things that are killing our kids? Alcohol is not killing the kids because they can't buy it unless an adult buys it for them. But you can get fentanyl shipped to you at UPS in a box because they don't ask you your age or for your identification. So let's be mindful of the fact that these gas station owners are business people. They have families to support, and they're trying to redo their businesses to be competitive. And we live in a competitive society. And for the liquor stores, I don't want you to go out of business, but I don't want the gas stations to go out of business. But competition is healthy. And if your customer service is not good at the liquor store and you know you got a competitor right across the street, then you'll get on your job and you'll be competitive, you'll keep the parking lots clean, and you'll be nice. Just remember what's trending and be concerned about what our kids are really dealing with. Fentanyl, suicide, domestic violence, and gun violence.
All right, thank you. That concludes the communications for this evening. Council, next we have 3 sets of minutes. However, there were several corrections that had to be made that we did not have a chance to notify the clerk, so I'd like to ask for those to be pulled until our next meeting, and we will have make those corrections this week. Next, we have our consent agenda. Council, any items you would like pulled for further discussion? Okay. Yes, you want to turn on your mic?
Thank you. I move that we approve consent agenda item A through Q. I'll let you call them off.
Support.
All right, thank you. It has been moved by Councilwoman Hoag, supported by Councilman Brightwell, to approve our consent agenda items. And consent agenda items are considered routine or non-controversial or have previously been discussed. We have item A, the approval of a cell tower lease renewal with Newpar doing business as Verizon Wireless at the DPW garage. Item B, award the bid for pavement marking services for the Traffic Service Division. Item C, award the bid for the purchase and installation of the Public Works building generator. Item D, reimbursement agreement with the Road Commission for Oakland County for street sweeping services. Item E, authorization to purchase a mobile vehicle lift system for the motor pool. Item F, award the bid for landscape maintenance services. Item G, authorization to purchase exercise equipment for the fire department. Item H, authorize change order for the EV charging stations. Item I, authorize contract to plan and supervise replacement of the court escalators. Item J, authorize the contract for event rental supplies and labor services. Item K, authorize a contract for vending machine services. Item L, authorize a contract for audio and lighting services for concerts and events. Item M, authorization to purchase WebEx board for human resources. Item N, authorization to award a contract to OHM Advisors for professional design and engineering services for pathway feasibility studies. Item O, the Roadmasters Vet Club of Michigan annual blessings of the vet. Item P, renewal of the city attorney's employment contract. And item Q, acknowledgement of the climate pollution reduction grant potential project. Council, any further questions or discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we move into our public hearing and site plans. And item A is a item to conditionally rezone 29201 Telegraph from EROM, Education Research, to B3 General Business.
Good evening. I'm going to introduce items A, B, and C at the same time, but you'll have to vote on them individually. As you stated, we have a conditional rezoning request for 29201 Telegraph Road from ERO, Education Research Office, to B3 General Business with conditions for construction of a 2,400 square foot drive-through restaurant on an outlet between the office building and Telegraph Road. Proposed hours of operation Monday through Sunday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Existing current zoning is B3 with some various other, EROM with B3 immediately adjacent to the south. Future land use is consistent for regional mixed use. Permitted uses in the ERO and special land use are listed on the screen. And since this is a conditional zoning, the applicant is willing to strike potential adverse uses for the site, should this be approved. Specifically, they're looking for restaurants with drive-through. This is the portion of the site that they're looking at. Existing conditions is a parking lot. Total acreage is 0.86 acres. Here's the proposed landscaping site plan. If you'll note, the existing southern driveway will be closed and additional landscape screening along Telegraph Road will be installed. Their floor plan. This is, I'll let the applicant get into this more, but this is the newest concept of the Panda Express. I believe there's only 4 or 5 in the country that have been built with this style. It will be the first one in Michigan. So with that, again, there's a conditional rezoning, then a special land use, and a site plan. I'll have the petitioners introduce their proposal, and then we can take each one of them in chronological order. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me okay? I'm Lainey Cowden. I'm with the architectural team on behalf of Panda Express. My office is located at 333 Warrenville Road in the Lisle, Illinois area. I'm with Adam, who's representing the property owner, who's currently in ownership of the site that Panda would be proposing to take ownership of and create this 2,400 square foot Panda home concept prototype, which, as it was noted, is going to be the first, we believe, in the southeast area. We've got a few that are being proposed in the greater Detroit metro area, along with Lansing and Howell, but this would be one of the first to begin construction, be approved, and then open potentially in the year 2025. Just to kind of reiterate from last time we were here, I don't think Councilman Hicks was here, so I'll bring you all up to speed on who Panda Express is. They are a family-operated company that got started with a father and son in 1973 with one Panda Inn in the Pasadena, California area. And then 10 years later, the son decided to, with his wife, go ahead and attempt to do a quicker service style restaurant, which we all know today is Panda Express. That was only 10 short years after opening their first one. They've kept it all in family, in-house. They've done customizations to create quick services for dine-in, mobile. When COVID did hit, they immediately got out there with how to allow people to still stay in restaurant, be safe while they come eat their food and leave to go elsewhere, along with how to maintain the flow of their drive-through and how they get on and off the site, which is something that we have taken into great consideration for this Southfield site. We've explored the area around us, and we've noticed that there's some concerns for other sites where drive-through flows do tend to go off-site, causing issues. Telegraph, even as a visitor of Southfield, I've already noticed that it's a very busy area. It's a very busy road. A lot of people on it, day in and out. So with this design, as you're seeing...
I'd like to ask everyone to, if you have to speak to your neighbor, please go out to the hall. This room does have an echo and we can hear you, and we want you to be respectful to all the speakers.
Is it okay to continue? Okay. As you can see with our design on the screen, we are trying to propose a 1-2-1 configuration for our drive-through so that we're really directing the flow, how people come onto the site. Since this is already a developed area, we're not trying to go against the current flow of the traffic on the site. We're trying to create synergy between the office tower, which has been there for decades, and the Starbucks that recently went in, I believe, in 2017 or 18. So we're trying to align with that, along with keeping all of our patrons and customers on site so that we're not disrupting those around us, since our neighboring building would be including medical services for individuals in the Southfield area. The elevations that we did have on the screen, like it was noted, this is a new prototype that Panda Express is pushing forward with. This is called their Panda Home. After COVID, it was really understood, at least with the family who still owns and operates. They see every plan that is getting proposed. I actually have a call with Andrew, the CEO, who started this whole thing with his father next week to talk about another site in the Okemos area. We're excited to continue expanding, and with this prototype, the whole idea of centering around the home, bringing it so that you've got family-style tables at the interior, you've got warm, welcoming materials that are gonna allow you to sit there, stay as long as you need to, whether it's for a quick bite, you're an out-of-towner coming through, or you're a family and this is your Tuesday tradition. With that design, it represents the 5 traditional colors of the wood representing the blue for health and prosperity in the Chinese culture, black representing the water and the natural color, white corresponding to the metal of purity and fulfillment, and even red with the idea of fire symbolizing good and free will. This would be, as noted, first for the Southeast area, and we're really excited to see how we can become a part of this community. If there's any questions or anything, Adam, you'd like to add?
Good evening, Adam Stoyer, Versa Real Estate. We are the owners of the office tower at 29201 Telegraph, and our office is located there as well. Lainey just did a wonderful job explaining the vision for Panda Express at this location. Just want to keep in mind that as she referenced the Starbucks that opened in 2017, that has not caused any traffic into Telegraph. It is well contained within the parking lot, and we're going to use similar wayfinding within the office tower campus to contain the parking. And they also have similar, their rush out, their busier times don't conflict with one another, so we don't think there's going to be further traffic issues.
And then I guess just to kind of add to that, there were several questions that we've made our way through Planning Commission and City Council so far. This would strictly be a business Monday through Sunday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Not seeing that staying out any later. No interest in beginning any type of breakfast sales opening before 10 a.m. and no future likelihoods of any type of liquor requests.
All right. Mr. Crow, did you have additional
Yeah,
comments?
just want to remind council, the first step is to consider the merits of the rezoning request from ERO to B3. This is a conditional zoning, and I've listed all of the uses that they've agreed to prohibit as part of the zoning consideration. So we need to have council act on the rezoning first before we get into the special land use and the site plan issues. Thank you.
Okay, so we will hold our public hearing for this item. After that, we will see what questions are asked, and we'll call you back up. So if you want to just take a seat, sit in the front row, that's fine. So this is a public hearing for a conditional rezoning of 0.86 acres of land at 29201 Telegraph Road from EROM, Education Research Office, to B3 General Business. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Please give your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pamela Juro, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. I have a couple of questions, and maybe the petitioner, when they redirect, they can answer the questions. We have a lot of fast food, carry-out restaurants in the city of Southfield. But one thing we seem to be lacking is fine dining. And fine dining is not the same as cafeteria style, come in, walk past with a tray, or get waited on. I'm talking about fine dining. So why wouldn't Panda Express, to have such a name that's been around for a long time, consider what's trending, and that is having a nice sit-down, high-end, quality restaurant? That's the first question. I used to eat at Panda Express many years ago, and I stopped, and you know, people stop for various reasons, and I just never thought to go back there. But it's funny how we're considering a restaurant in a parking lot, and we're considering a restaurant in a parking lot because is that trending? So we have a lot of locations that can be repurposed and turned into a restaurant. Are we gonna start putting all these fast food, drive-through, carry-out places in the parking lot? Now, we're talking about studies for a gas station, for the liquor store. I think for every business that comes to do business and they want to be in a parking lot, we need an updated study. So has there been an updated study? The concept looks nice, but I'd like to know more about what materials you're using. Are you using OmniBlock? When you build this building, is it going to be LEED certified? and energy efficient? And if it's LEED certified, what level? Because what level of the LEED certification tells us how far you're doing this to be proud of this building and to present this to the people that you hope to do business with you, and that's the residents in the city of Southfield. So if you can answer those questions, that would be incredible, and maybe we need to get more information. Thank you.
How you doing again? My name's Keith Harris, 21685 Rougewood Drive. I love Panda Express. I'm telling you, I take my kids and my grandkids to fine dining places, and they order the same thing over and over, chicken strips and fries. You know, but if I take them to Panda Express, guess what? They got a little bit of everything that my kids like. I can drive to Livonia. I can drive to over by Beaumont Hospital in Royal Oak. Yeah, we need this Panda Express. I'm telling you, I have kids. I don't know what the last speaker, who she's speaking for. She's speaking for adults, but I'm speaking for families. I'm talking about families who just like piling the kids up in the car and say, what do you want today? But one of the places that I noticed that my kids never turn down is when I talk about any kind of like Chinese/Asian food with a little spice to it, because some of the kids like spices, they always pick Panda Express. I love it myself, but again, I'm a man with grandkids. I'm a man who's raised children. So being that kind of father and parent, being a mentor over other people's kids, I am for Panda Express moving into Southfield. I think it's a wise move. I think it's a good move for families, and those who oppose it, hey, keep fine dining. That's all I got to say.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to this conditional rezoning? All right, seeing none, the public hearing is closed. We'd like to ask the petitioner to come back up. Do you feel comfortable? You heard the questions that were asked?
Yeah.
About the building materials?
Took a few notes. For the use of architecture in general, no matter what, especially my company, Heights Venture Architects, we do strive, even if our client does not ask us to meet any type of IEC or international energy compliance codes, we as a minimum want to meet the 2021 minimum requirements. That is something that we throw into our programs. We are putting in there the type of materials we're using, which in this case is predominantly wood, except on the kitchen walls, we will be proposing a type of metal furring that will allow for the ventilation to be properly suited. It will allow for a higher heat index to take place on that material. We typically look for all locally sourced vendors as well when it comes to our metal canopies, our accent bands, contractors who will be doing the stucco area that's in white on the building, the stone veneer. We typically like to find local vendors as well instead of just going to our big top competitors that are states away and have nothing to do with Michigan. We like to keep, when we have these projects, we like to keep a lot of the money for those materials, for that labor, for that construction process in-house in the state of Michigan. And if we can, in the cities that those buildings are being built in. If there's a vendor in the area as we go through our bidding process, we will absolutely welcome them to place a bid. We will take that into account. What type of material they're using? Is it codified? Are they going to be representing the community and this building that we're proposing to you today in a well-maintained and labored facility? We do take that into a high regard when we are coming into these types of cities, just as new individuals that aren't already here. We're trying to just show that we want to become a part of the community, whether that is through the material choices, the people we hire, keeping it local, and just representing what that building can do to really help the area around it. Additionally, I'd just like to add that with Panda Express, we typically only have 3 small fryers for specific items. So our grease intake, what we actually put into our grease interceptors by our trash enclosures, are well maintained. We like to keep that at a minimal. We're not frying everything, so we're not going to have heaps of that material just on site, causing any type of odors to the surrounding environment, to the public. And then we just really do take a look into those energy code compliances, and we try to at least maintain a minimum when we do build.
Okay. Thank you. Council, any questions about the rezoning? Okay. Just need a motion. Either way.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move that we approve the conditional rezoning of PZR 24-0001 as presented.
It has been moved by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilwoman Haynes, to approve the conditional rezoning PCZR 24-0001. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to introduce ordinance number 1784.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilwoman Banks, to introduce ordinance number 1784. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, Mr. Crode?
Yes, so the next item to consider is PSLU 23-0022, special use request regarding Panda Express Restaurant with a drive-through on property located at 29201 Telegraph Road. I do want to just put some context in here, and Mayor says this all the time. Southfield was the fastest growing community in the 1960s, and we have a very auto-dominated land use pattern. What we're finding 50, 60 years later is we're overparked at many of these former office buildings. And with the Great Recession, COVID-19, and trends, fewer people, as you know, are coming into the office buildings. So we're always looking for adaptive reuse. And in some cases, the adaptive reuse of a site includes infill, higher density, creating property value and value for employees to come back into the site. This office building was nearly vacant and had all kinds of trouble working with the owner. Repurpose it, traffic circulation, wayfinding, more amenities for the medical patients that are coming there, the employees that were on there, and providing other conveniences. Telegraph and 12 Mile, there's a reason why people want to be located there. They have one of the highest volumes of traffic that gets retailers interested, but it's also because of the highest value of income of the people traveling along that corridor. So it makes it highly desirable. It's one of the most desirable locations in Southeast Michigan to have a business there. And then we also look at the fact that these are older, tired sites. The development standards were lacking 50 years ago. So we look at access, traffic circulation, and we try to make those improvements on a site-by-site basis. As the applicant had stated, there's internal drive-through stacking. It's not going out onto Telegraph Road. We've closed ingress, egress on the south side, so we're making that better as well. And we have additional landscape buffering on the site and less impervious surface by introducing some green space. So with all those considerations, we look at these on a case-by-case basis. The only other thing I will mention is that their proposed hours of operation are Monday through Sunday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Okay. Did you have anything to add from your previous presentation, or?
I think the only thing we'd kind of like to add, just since we do have a nice audience of people who live in the Southfield area, Panda Express does look into fundings, organizations in the cities that they do go into. They have a lot of national known foundations that they are a part of, like American Red Cross, nonprofit organizations, Feeding America, to help during those times, especially during COVID-19. They also encourage hope and healing for funding special curated programs in the areas that they do go into. Panda Express does not just look out for themselves. They're a family organization. They take pride in coming into new cities, new areas, and they want to be there as a supporting ally, not just as a quick chain food restaurant to continue making a buck for themselves. They're here for the communities to bring a different type of flavor that their family, as they grew up, loved and enjoyed, cultivated and created for the masses to hopefully enjoy as well, and be able to come together as they themselves still enjoy today. So just want to let it known that even though this would be the first one in the Southfield, especially this design, that we're here for Southfield if we are approved to come to Southfield. We're not just going to get approved and not make this our home. This is a new location that's going to be a priority for them.
Okay. Thank you. So if you want to have a seat. We have a special use request, PSLU 23-0022. This will be a public hearing. If you have a comment you would like to make on this special use request for the Panda Express located at 29201 Telegraph Road, please come to the microphone. Please give your name and address for the record. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. My telephone number is 248-346-0439. I am not against Panda Express. I am not against any business coming to Southfield. But I want you to keep in mind something that I heard one of the most premier planners in the world, Robert Gibbs, said when he came to the city of Southfield in 2015 to do a presentation asking the taxpayers what did they want with this Northland project. And he said, just because, and I remember this, just because the area can be zoned for a certain business, it can't be hodgepodge. It has to fit in. So Starbucks spent all this money to make a nice brick and mortar, meaning a nice front. Did I hear her say that this would be a wooden building? I couldn't really hear the young lady that was speaking because she spoke very soft. She didn't speak in the microphone. She spoke very fast, and you know, in public speaking, they said when you speak fast, you don't want people to hear you. It's a whole lot of things that they say, but if she can just speak to the building materials, whether or not the building is going to be LEED certified, what energy efficiencies they're going to put in there, I would feel a lot better. But I'm not against Panda Express, and if they speak Chinese, ni hao ma. Like I said, the food has been good. I just don't frequent there anymore. But I just want to know about the layout. You know, that building there where Comerica was, that was a premier building. I have over a 41, almost 42-year history with the city of Southfield. And I've seen the city change, just like I've seen the residents change. And repurposing is really big, but it still has to fit into the community. And I just want to know more about that. Does it have to be a drive-through? Can it just be fine dining? And no, I don't have children, my husband and I, but we raised a lot of children. We make financial contributions to a lot of children's welfare. And I am known as Nana P, and he's known as Papa Fox. So you don't have to birth a child to have a child, to raise a child, because it does take a village.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this special use request, PSLU 23-0022? Oh, you can, yes, we need you to come to the microphone, please. We need your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Levita Cox. I'm really here for the gas station stuff. But I think it's a good idea for Panda to come and be on 12 Mile and Southfield. I don't know why you need to know what is the building being made of. What do all buildings be made of? But I think it's, where you at? I think it's a good idea.
Please
I think it's a good idea, a real good idea. Panda is a good restaurant, and I think it would be nice if they do have a drive-through. There's nothing wrong with it. But I'm ready to get back to the gas station stuff.
All right, thank you. All right, again, please keep the chatter into the hall. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this site special use request, PSLU 23-0022? All right, public hearing is closed. Mr. Crode?
Yeah, I have, this was favorably recommended by the Planning Commission. We have the conditions above. I do want to point out that there are some waivers that are required, but we are in favor of those waivers. The front yard setback, 60 feet required, 53 proposed. The screening wall on all sides of the restaurant doesn't make sense in this particular case because there's restaurants on the south. In front yard landscaping, minimum 50% required, 42% proposed. How we offset that green space reduction is by having a more intensive landscaping and screening provided. And they needed to receive the conditional rezoning, which they did. And this will also be subject to your approval of the site plan. Thank you.
And Mr. Crode, can you speak to will they be LEED certified?
Well, that LEED certification is not a requirement. They have to meet the International Building Code as adopted. And the LEED certification is a good idea. Don't get me wrong. They can meet the tenets of energy efficiency without being LEED certified. And for those of you who don't know, it typically costs $100,000 or more to go through the LEED certification process. And sometimes that does put an undue burden on small businesses to qualify for that. And they can meet the energy efficiency by meeting the code and making upgrades to it without actually being LEED certified. So LEED certification was a national trend. I'm not saying that's not a good idea, but we don't require LEED certification, and it is a much more expense to the businesses to go through that process.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions? Councilman Brightwell?
Yeah. I know we brought this up last time you were here with respect to the geopolitics and everything, but who is your natural competitor? Like Coca-Cola has Pepsi, McDonald's has Burger King and Wendy's. Who's the natural competitor here for here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too familiar with Payway. I did not have.
To the mic.
Oh, sorry. Is that better? Okay. I guess, do you want to speak on Payway? I'm not too familiar with them.
Yeah, I guess on a national level for fast casual Chinese Pei Wei, which was P.F. Chang's concept, was in the market and they've exited in the past 10 years. Some of their more competitors would be in the malls or more local, smaller operations. There really isn't a big national competitor to Panda Express. They are definitely the leader in their industry.
Okay. One of the reasons that popped this question, problem, you have a proposed 10 to 10 operating hours, and I was just wondering if your competitor came in, he or she stayed over till 11 or 12, would you come back to us looking to change your hours of operation?
No, we have seen situations like that happen in California where the majority of the standalone Panda Expresses are currently, but they really try to keep every Panda Express one to the next, whether you're in Detroit, whether you're in Lisle, Illinois, whether you are in Atlanta, Georgia, wherever you're at. They want it to be known that these are their hours, this is the type of food they have. They do some regional cuisine specialties every now and then, but they really try to keep everything pretty by the by from store to store, no matter where you're at in the nation.
Okay, so you got your business model. Okay.
Yes.
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Haynes?
Is the dining room going to be open to 10 o'clock?
Yes, dine-in will be open till 10 o'clock. They'll have the dine-in, the drive-through, mobile ordering, even calling in through like Uber, DoorDash, all of that, that'll be available until 10 as well.
Okay. Council, any further questions on this special use request?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that the special use request of Lanny Coward, Heights Venture Architects, to permit the development and operation of a Panda Express restaurant with a drive-through located at 29201 Telegraph Road, PSLU 23-0022.
Support.
Be approved.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Banks, supported by Councilman Brightwell, to approve PSLU 23-0022 as presented. Council, any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And now we have a site plan?
Yeah, we have recommended conditions of approval. Again, subject to the approval of the conditional rezoning, the special land use, the waivers that are required, and that a perpetual maintenance agreement for landscaping and parking areas be maintained, implement the recommendations of the Southfield Police Department's Crime Prevention Bureau regarding site security, and continuous compliance with all applicable ordinances, laws, and statutes of the City of Southfield.
Right. Council, do you have any questions on the site plan review? Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I move that the site plan review request, PSP 23-0022, for a Panda Express to be located at 29201 Telegraph Road, be approved.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Banks, supported by Councilman Brightwell, to approve PSP 23-0022 site plan review request for Panda Express at 29201 Telegraph Road. Got any further questions, Council? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
To the petitioner, just for the audience benefit, you've got your approvals in place. When do you think that you be open if everything goes according to plan?
Right now, we are, based on the reviews we still have to do with the planning department, through the building department, kind of getting our vendors in order, since we do like to go local when we can. We would likely be looking at opening probably no later than October, November of '25, if we continue down this path that we're on right now with the city. Our goal would definitely be to be open before Christmas of '25. We're
Thank you.
typically a 7-month construction process.
Yeah, and again, I just wanted council to be aware sometimes we approve them now, and it takes 12 months, 18 months, or even 2 years before they open up, given all the review processes, construction, and so forth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, next we have PZR 23-0004, a request to rezone 1.25 acres at 23055 Telegraph Road.
Thank you through the chair. This was discussed earlier in the month at your study session. This is a former bank site that's been vacant for several years. Existing zoning is I-1 industrial with P vehicular parking on the west portion of the property. Proposed zoning is B3 general business and maintaining the vehicular parking buffer on the west side of the site. This is to permit the construction and operation of a conveyor-type motor vehicle wash. Hours of operation, Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and on Saturday, Sunday, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Be introducing the rezoning request, the special land use, and the site plan. Each of those require separate actions. We just put this up here as council had requested about existing car washes and proposed car washes. And typically we have a 1 mile service radius around these car washes in the area. And the gold star labeled number 2 is where the subject site is located. Existing site conditions, they do have separate entrance on 9 Mile and 2 entrances on southbound Telegraph Road. Existing site conditions with the former bank building. The zoning is industrial. Future land use is Southfield Technological Corridor. Permitted uses and special land uses in the current I-1 industrial district, and then permitted uses and proposed special land uses in the proposed B3 general business. This is the proposed site plan layout. Close-up of the site circulation and how cars will enter and exit the car wash. Internal review, they will have detailing on the interior, which will be all accessible. That's by, I think, by appointment that we talked about, right? Appointment only. And then building elevations. I think this rendering kind of shows the scale of the site, proposed architecture, and so forth. So with that, petitioners are here if you want to introduce what your business plan is, a little bit of history on the existing site, what you'd like to do, and then we'll be happy to answer questions by council. We do have 2 public hearings that are required as part of this proposal.
Good evening, council. My name is Jan Rubenstein. I'm an attorney. Standing to my left is John Gumma. He's a designer for the project. And next to John is Art Dano. He's the owner of this project.
Can you give your address as well for the
Sure.
record?
30665 Northwestern Highway, Suite 165, Farmington Hills, Michigan.
Okay.
So we are attempting to propose this project as was indicated previously. This was an abandoned bank building. It's been abandoned for quite some time. My client, Mr. Dano, is interested in making a significant investment into the community. He purchased the property in August of '21, and actually, as a side note, this property, my understanding several decades ago, was actually a car wash at the corner of Telegraph and 9 Mile. This is a really unique project. We're excited about it if approved, because it is technologically advanced and it merges both technology and environmental consciousness and resources. What I mean by that is my client is intending to install a heated driveway. We are going to have solar panels on the building to assist with energy usage. There will be solar lights on the exterior. And what I think is most interesting is there's going to be a water recycling system that's going to be involved. It's going to recycle approximately 90% of the water used at the location. That's going to end up being almost over 4,400 gallons a day of water that would be recycled. As indicated, there would be detailing by appointment only. My client is attempting to turn this property, which has been essentially vacant with a building on it for several years into a valuable revenue-producing property and a value to the community. As you can see from the proposals, there's going to be significant landscaping investments as well as art projects on the exterior. It's very important to make the aesthetic pleasing to the eye. That all being said, if the panel has any questions, either myself or Mr. Gumma or Mr. Dano would be happy to entertain those.
And if I could, first portion is the rezoning, considering the rezoning request first, and then we'll get into the site plan details, special land use later.
All right, so you finished with your presentation for the rezoning?
I am.
Okay, so if you want to have a seat, we will have a public hearing. And this is PZR 23-0004 to rezone 1.25 acres at 23055 Telegraph Road from industrial to general business. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, and please give your name and address for the record. Please keep the comments outside in the hall and be respectful for all speakers.
Totally for real. 42 years, baby. Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. My telephone number is 248-346-0439. What an excellent presentation. I'm mad that I can't ask you some of the questions that I wanted to. I'm just looking at them, but I'm addressing the council. Thank you, Mr. President, for keeping me on the right path. But no, I don't have any questions. I like the recycling of water. I like the energy efficiency concept. I think the building looks state-of-the-art. It shows that you were mindful of the carbon footprint. I love the colors. A heated driveway. Wow, that says that you went the extra mile. But I do have a question for you. We have a lot of people that are always looking for jobs. Are you going to allow some of the people employed at your establishment to be Southfield residents or Southfield school students that are old enough to work? That's my first question. And is this the building that's on the side of Taco Bell or on the side of the gas station? I'm not real clear. I'm looking at the area 9 and Telegraph in my mind. I know there's a White Castle, there's Taco Bell, and there's a gas station, and there was a bank. On one side, it might be Citizens or Bank of America, but that building that our city planner, Mr. Terry Crow, showed, it looked like an old Bank of America building. So if you could just clarify, that would be great. I love the hours of your opening. And is this going to be the type of car wash where you pay a monthly fee and then you can get as many car washes as you want? Or is this a pay for the car wash by day? But beautiful, absolutely beautiful. This, I think, could be a building that our residents can be proud of and definitely raise the stake for the other car wash owners. Well done. Thank you.
I just have a quick question on the heated driveway. Is there going to be a heated driveway?
Give your name and address for the record.
Greg Keeler, resident Southfield. Is that a heated driveway on the exit of it to stop it from icing up in the wintertime? Or is that a heated as it comes into the lot, or the whole entire lot itself, which would cut down on the icing?
Is there anyone else who would like to speak to PZR 23-0004, the rezoning request at 23055 Telegraph Road? All right, seeing no one, the public hearing is closed.
Through the chair, just a clarification on the site itself. It's southbound Telegraph Road, just north of the existing Taco Bell. And with regard to the heated driveway, it's on the exit of the car wash where typically you might have some water spillage to prevent icing in the winter.
Councilman Hicks?
Mr. President,
Yes.
I move that we approve PZR 23-0004, the request to rezone 1¼ acres of land at 23055 Telegraph Road.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Hicks, supported by Councilwoman Haynes, to approve the rezoning request PZR 23-0004 as requested. Council, any further questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Through the chair, could I just get a clarification on who supported?
Councilwoman Haynes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. President, I also would like to introduce ordinance number 1785.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Hicks, supported by Councilman Hoag, to introduce ordinance number 1785. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right,
Our
Mr. Crowe.
next item is the consideration of the special land use, and before we get into that, I'd ask the applicant to talk about the hours of operation, hiring local employees, and some of the other site plan issues that, special features of the site you can talk about at this time.
Thank you. So the hours of operation would be 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. on the weekends. And I really appreciate the comments that were made. The priority is to emphasize hiring Southfield residents. That's the goal here, to give as many Southfield residents jobs as possible. I also wanted to address the question that was asked regarding memberships or drive-through. There would be both available. So both memberships, monthly memberships, as well as just one-time pull-in car washes. And finally, one thing I forgot to mention in my initial presentation was the electric vehicle stations. There are 5 stations in the plans to assist with, again, electric vehicles and environmentally conscious resources. So I think that covers, along with what Mr. Crowe indicated, the questions that were asked.
Okay. So we will have a public hearing for the special use request and see what other questions come up. So again, this is a public hearing for PSLU 23-0019 for a special use request at 23055 to construct a conveyor-type motor vehicle wash on property at 23055 Telegraph Road. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Please give your name and address for the record.
Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan 48037-0155. I just wanted to say that they did everything, very mindful, and I'm in total support of PSL U23-0019. Very well presented. I hope you speak this language. I would like to say Kif Halik and shukran for all that you did. I support it.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this public hearing? All right, seeing none, public hearing is closed.
And we do have a recommended resolution which was supported by the Planning Commission for your consideration.
Council, do you have any further questions for the applicant or the city planner?
No.
Okay, Councilwoman Haynes?
Yeah, how soon are you going to start and expect it open?
1 year.
Mic's off. Your
It
mic
would
is
take
off.
1 year approximately to build the facility and to open it.
Any other questions, Council? Councilman Hicks?
Mr. President, I move that PSP 23
No, we're on PSLU.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The special.
PSLU, sorry, 23-0019, the special use request by Ardeno at 23055 Telegraph.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Hicks, supported by Councilman Hoag, to approve PSLU 23-0019, the special use request at 23055 Telegraph Road. Council, any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Through the chair, our final item for your consideration is PSP 23-0019, which is the site plan review request, subject to the conditions as indicated on the slide.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I move that we approve PSP 23-0019, the site plan review request as presented by the Planning Committee for the property listed.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Hoag, supported by Councilwoman Haynes, to approve PSP 23-0019, the site plan review request for 23055 Telegraph Road, as presented with the recommendations of the planner. Mr. Mayor?
Can we go back to the site plan illustration? I didn't, where are the vacuums going to be?
The vacuums would be on the front side of the building facing Telegraph Road, and that's intentionally, we're trying to put them away from the backside where the residential neighborhood would abut. So the goal here is, because they make some noise, to keep them on the other side of the building facing Telegraph.
Great, thank you. I just
kind
a
of
clarification, you're talking about the north side of the building,
Yes, yes.
not the front of the building?
Where
Okay.
the stalls are.
All right. Thank you. I missed that. So up in here.
Thank you, correct.
Councilman Brightwell?
Yeah. Since this is a car wash, and this is probably not an issue, but I know in Oakland County, have you guys, do you have to provide for stormwater runoff for this particular site?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Is there a provision in your site plan for stormwater runoff?
Yes, they have to require with the county and the city standards.
Excuse me?
Yes, they have to meet the requirements of the county and the city with regards to stormwater.
Okay. So what did you do to provide for stormwater runoff?
Well, they work with the city engineer to provide for stormwater, the cleansing and the retention of the water. They can only remove it at the agricultural rate. So when they come in for their full engineering, they'll work with the city engineer to meet the county standards.
Okay, all right, well, I'll leave that alone. Go ahead, thank you. All right.
All right, so we do have a motion which was made by Councilman Hoag, supported by Councilman Haynes. Any further questions from council? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next is, our next item is PSLU 23-0021, a special use request by the Philippine American Cultural Center of Michigan to permit the use of a vacant church for a religious cultural institution located at 23800 Lasser Road.
Thank you, through the chair. This is a two-step process. Zoning is already in place. They do need a special land use for religious institutions. The previous religious institution pre-existed our zoning. So we're having them come in and clean up the site to be consistent. Existing zoning is R1 residential. They like to reoccupy the vacant former church as a religious institution and a cultural center. The church was originally built in 1963. A classroom addition was built in 1973. So the 63 building predated our zoning ordinance. Hours of operation are proposed Monday through Sunday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Again, current zoning is R1 residential. The future land use plan is low-density multifamily. This is existing site conditions. They have recently made improvements to the roof. The parking lot is in need of some attention. Existing conditions for the elevation. The rear and then some of their accessory buildings. The caretaker house, my understanding, will be removed. The rectory will receive some upgrades. And when we did our calculations based on maximum occupancy for the worship hall and offices and downstairs basement room, they were approximately 50 spaces short. But the ordinance does allow for future parking to be indicated. We're comfortable that the existing 100 parking spaces are adequate for today's needs, but they have shown that they could expand for the additional parking should they need that in the future. So we think that's a greener approach than to have them pave it now if there's no need for that. And they will be doing some additional landscaping, parking circulation, barrier-free compliance with this proposal. There's the floor plan. So with that, I'd like to invite the petitioner and architect to come up and make a few comments. Public hearing is required on the special land use, and then we'll discuss site plan conditions. Thank you.
And Mr. Crow, can you explain, this, we're going from one religious institution to another. Why is a special land use required?
Because the church was established, or the religious institution was established before they received special land use approval. The site has been unoccupied for over a year. So whenever the legal nonconforming status ceased to exist, so when you go more than a year, you lose your legal nonconforming status, so you have to conform to today's standards. This will clean up the site as far as zoning is concerned, and because religious institutions are special land uses in residential districts, they have to go through the special land use process. Another good reason that we tell applicants is why they go through this is if they ever were to sell or refinance their property, the title company will contact our office and ask if they're in conforming with the zoning. And we have to tell them they either are or they're not. And if they're not, that could jeopardize either the sale of the property or the refinancing. So whenever we have one of these older properties that existed prior to the city's zoning ordinance, this is the right time to do it now.
Okay, thank you. So to the petitioner, please give your name and address for the record and add anything you'd like.
Name's Art Kalajian, Kalajian Architecture and Design, Troy, Michigan. And I have this civil engineer next to me as well as the president of the association to answer any specific questions. Basically what we're doing is a retrofit of the existing structure, leaving it pretty much as it was, trying to give some updates to where we can as far as the rehabilitation code allows. There'll be a higher standard for insulation to bring it closer to conformance to today's standards, as well as anything that's was destroyed through some rain issues that through the leaks that occurred throughout I guess the several years that it was leaking. So the church is doing a great job retrofitting it right now, and most of the structure is pretty much intact. It's more or less metal deckwork that has been replaced, as well as adding insulation to bring it to a higher insulation standard. And the biggest problem right now is the site. The site needs a lot of cleaning up. The driveway needs to be repaved with a new topping, as well as getting rid of the old tired outbuildings that are there. Essentially, we're trying to dress it up with additional landscaping as a buffer between the residences by putting where the parking is, shielding lighting to the neighbors, as well as redirecting any light fixtures that might be astray right now, and keeping a basic building structured as is. There's no major changes that are being performed on the inside as far as use. The downstairs is a fellowship hall that is used by primarily the same people that are going to be worshiping in the church above, so that's why we don't think there's a need for any additional parking. This facility will house approximately 300 people, and per that code, we only need about 100 cars at best at any maximum point in time. There'll be some cultural events that might happen throughout the year, specifically dance programs that they have as a ethnic type of performance. But other than that, it's not going to be a high-intensive use area, so we don't think it's going to be creating any issues of noise or anything, as well as the occupancy of the building with the removal of the buildings. We're only using about a third of the required area as far as coverage allowed, so it's a lot of land that's being left alone and preserved. All the landscaping further towards the east is being preserved pretty much, and then any new addition that's going to be done to the rectory will replace the tired-looking storage buildings that are there now. But by combining it to the one single structure, it'll keep more openness to the site and get rid of anything that is not attractive, pretty much. So with that, if there's anything specific as far as stormwater, there was a question about stormwater. Right now, we're pretty much, the site is handled by natural runoff with a lot of grass area, so we have sufficient amount of area for any runoffs, so that we don't think there's any concern with that. And pretty much we're just reoccupying a building and retrofitting it as best we can to current standards, and we hope to be complete with this project within about a year. This being a nonprofit organization, they had to raise the funds mostly for the parking lot, which is the most expensive expense right now, we anticipate. So it might be, as the funds are raised, project will continue. So with that, if anyone wants to add anything, I'll be glad to. Do
you have anything to add?
Noel Santos, AmeriCivil LLC. I'm the civil engineer for the project. And the only thing on the parking lot is that we are not disturbing the sub-base, so basically we're still meeting the stormwater management at this time. The most we are allowed to disturb up to half an acre, but I do not believe we're going to get to that point. There are some bad portions of the parking lot that we may have to, I guess, resort to that, but we're not really expecting much disturbance in the parking lot other than maybe overlay or resurfacing of the parking lot. So the green areas will be mostly preserved, and in fact it's going to be added with the deletion of the two buildings.
Okay. So we will have a public hearing for the special use request. If you want to have a seat, we'll see what questions come up, and then council will have a chance to ask questions as well. This is a special use request, PSLU 23-0021, for the Philippine American Cultural Center of Michigan to permit a vacant church for a religious cultural institution located at 23800 Lasser Road. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Please give your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. I'm in total support of PSLU 23-0021. I will tell you that we have so many churches that have closed down, and those churches can be used and not be demolished. And what's trending in economic development is repurposing. I want to applaud the Filipino community when they come to the city of Southfield and do their events and their festivals. They are off the charts. They are well attended. They have a very diverse crowd. They share with the public some of their Filipino food dishes. They're very nice, And we need to learn a lot about other cultures and community, not just our own. So I want to applaud them and thank them for taking on a church and being willing to invest in it enough to the point that they want to start a Filipino cultural center. I think we still have a Korean chamber in the city of Southfield. We have our Chaldean chamber in the city of Southfield. So I'm in total support of this, and I really appreciate, you know, for many years I've attended their events that they've had here. My husband and I, since we've been together, and prior to that, we've gone to World Medical Relief events that they had yearly. I was there at the ribbon cutting when they moved their office over there on Melrose. In fact, if you go into World Medical Relief, I'm in one of the pictures with a lot of the executives, Dr. George and others. So I'm in support of this. Thank you so much for bringing your cultural center to the city of Southfield and redeveloping and repurposing one of the premier churches here. And I wish you all the best. And I am going to become more proficient speaking your language, which is Tagalog. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak for PSLU 23-0021? All right, seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Council, do you have any questions? All right, Councilman Hoag.
Mr. President, I move that we approve PSLU 230021 special use requests.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Hoag, supported by Councilwoman Haynes, to approve PSLU 23-0021, a special use request by the Philippine American Cultural Center of Michigan to permit the use of a vacant church for a religious cultural institution located at 23800 Lasser Road. Council, any further questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I move that we approve PSP 23-0021, the site plan review for the same project.
Support, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion on the floor. Give me 1 minute, please. We have a motion by Councilwoman Hoag, supported by Councilman Hicks, to approve PSP 23-0021, the site plan review of the same project located at 23800 Lasser Road. Councilman Brightwell?
Yeah, when I first got on council, I attended a couple of homeowners association for a church. You mentioned something about lights, and you indicated, I'm trying to make sure we're not dealing with light pollution, and I know you mentioned something about the lights, and will they be calibrated and or situated so they would not be providing pollution to the neighborhood?
Right, as part of the process, we had to provide a rough photometric, and the lighting shield will be zero beyond the property line, and most of it would be around the parking lot area. So as you get further into the site, it'll be zero lighting levels. And then there's a few lights that had to be slightly redirected. So we'll do that as well and change some of the light fixtures to LEDs. So there'll be upgrade to some degree and then also redirection to make sure that that's in conformance.
Okay. Well, excellent, because I think you obviously, given the detailedness of your presentation, you know that this can be a issue for the neighborhood. Right. And I just want to thank you also for the fact you were conscious of the stormwater, and this is a big issue, and it is all of us, and I think our council is aware that we have climate change coming, so those are issues that, so thank you very much.
Sure. All right, Council, any other questions? Oh, Councilman Haynes.
I just wanted to say we have a fellow friend, Commissioner Jeff Jinks, was speaking of you all in your cultural center And I like the fact that this is bringing communities together. It's not just the city of Southfield, but other people that will be coming here in our city, and I'm in support of that, and thank you so much for that.
All right, so we have a motion moved by Councilwoman Hoag, supported by Councilman Hicks, to approve PSP 23-0021. Council, any other questions, comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Through the chair, the applicant just wanted to make a couple comments on her organization, but she appreciates you voting in approval.
My name is Rebecca Tongol, and I'm the president of the Philippine American Cultural Center of Michigan. We've been in Southfield for about 22 years now. We were on Northland Park Court originally. That's when we moved, when we found this beautiful church that we thought it's going to be very, very good for all of us because we need more space. But just for your information, we have a 501c3 organization, and what we do is we teach our younger generation who are born here in the United States to learn our culture, but we are also, we consider this center as a hub for everybody actually to celebrate our Filipino culture and share our culture to other different ethnic groups. So we're all inclusive. Everybody's invited to learn our culture just like we want to learn every other culture. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Our next item is PSLU 24-0002, special use request by Ron Mims of South 10 Hospitality to renovate and reuse a vacant former restaurant and bar lounge tenant space for a new restaurant and bar lounge tenant located at 25080 Southfield Road.
Through the chair, they were before you earlier in the month. This is the former Paradise Lounge site. When Paradise Lounge was in there, and unfortunately they didn't get all their approvals in place, the ordinance was updated to require bars, restaurants to have a special land use approval. And since the site has been vacant for quite a while, again, this is similar to trying to get the zoning and the site in compliance with each other. Their proposed hours of operation are 7 days a week, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. And this is an existing shopping center that's currently zoned B3 with vehicular parking. The site itself, this is the east and west side of the buildings. And then the site plan was previously approved in 2018, so there's no site plan required. It's just basically special land use requirements, and they do need a couple waivers just because of the existing conditions. But with that, if you want to, I know you're a current business owner, you want to talk a little bit about that, introduce yourself to the council. Thank you.
Hi, Ron Mims, address is 30104 Sparkleberry Drive, Southfield, Michigan. So yeah, we're opening back up the Paradise Lounge, I believe it was called previously. We're going to be called Bloom Lounge going forward.
Can you raise the mic and?
I'm sorry. Sure. We're going to focus more on the restaurant portion of it, a little less lounge. We're going to have small plates such as lamb chops, hopefully get more fine dining into the city, as well as we're still going to maintain our ballroom night that they had previously. We were told that that was a pretty popular night. I was contacted by Charles Hicks, not this Charles Hicks, but the DJ Charles Hicks. so we, he's definitely part of the plan there. So, but yeah, we're looking forward to it. The location was pretty much intact in terms of structurally. All the plumbing, kitchen, everything was already in place. So really, we came in and we're planning on doing more cosmetic upgrades and things like that, and we'll make it upgrade it basically to 2024. So, any questions? I'm sorry. Yep. Currently operator of Debo's Daiquiris on Northwestern as well as District 78 in downtown Detroit.
Okay. Mr. Crowe, do you have anything to add before we?
No.
Okay. So this is a public hearing for a special use request, PSLU 24-0002, to renovate and reuse the former vacant restaurant bar lounge for a new restaurant bar lounge at 25080. Please give your name and address for the record. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm glad you do know it. Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. I don't know if you know my telephone number, but I'd be willing to give it. It's 248-346-0439. Now write that down, and you could call me.
If we could please have respect for the
I just wanted to say
speakers.
thank you to South 10 Hospitality and Mr. Mims. When Debo's opened up, I was in total support of that. Regularly, my husband and I have attended there. We've asked people to meet us there, and karaoke night is off the chain. They didn't quite, crown me Miss Karaoke Queen, but certainly everybody in there knows PG and knows that whenever I sing karaoke and Debo's, I like to sing a song to my husband, and that was the first time ever I saw your face, and it's always a hit with the audience. So I'd like to ask Mr. Mims through the chair and council if this would be considered an older crowd. Is it going to be more jazz-based? And then if they have karaoke, will the karaoke be jazz-based? But even going into the restaurant with a younger crowd, I've never sensed any hostility. The food is excellent. The service is good. People don't have a problem waiting if it's well attended, because the camaraderie and the community and the diversity in there is very nice. So if you're going to do in this place what you have done in Debo's, I'm just going to say in advance, a job well done. But can you state the name again? I didn't quite get the name. Did he say Bloom's Lounge? Bloom's Lounge, okay. And can you give us like a little story depiction of how you arrived at the name Bloom's Lounge? What does bloom mean? Are we talking about flowers that bloom near West Bloomfield, or blooming love, or blooming food? Where did the name come from? And thank you so much. I'm in total support. Good luck.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on PSLU 24-0002? All right, seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Petition.
Not sure if the applicant wanted to.
Do you want to respond
to
anything? Answer those questions?
Yes, just in terms of the demographics, we are going for a slightly older crowd, so that will be our goal in that aspect. And I can't remember the other question.
Bloom.
How'd you come up with the name?
Bloom. So we were thinking, because it is a lower level, it's a basement, that a lot of our decor is going to represent bloom, as in spring, as in trees and things like that, just to give it a little more life. Especially in the summertime, it's a little tougher to get folks to go to the basement. So we're going to have that all in our decor.
I was thinking something else.
And I believe you stated you're going to do some ballroom dancing there?
Of course, we're going to have ballroom dancing, as well as live bands, and the live band will host the karaoke. So it's a little more pressure, because you have to perform in front of a live band, not just a screen. So a little more pressure.
All right. Council, any questions? Councilwoman Haynes?
Are you going to be open, I'm sorry, are you going to be open at 2 a.m. every night?
No, we just wanted to at least give ourselves that buffer, but most likely it'll be closed a lot sooner than that.
So what's going to, so are you saying that you're going to start out with that, or you're just going to change the hours, or what?
Right, we'll basically, with demand, so we'll go until the business decline usually, similar to Debo's. We normally close at 12 o'clock during the week and 1 o'clock on the weekends. Even though we can go to 2, we rarely do. So
Okay.
Through the chair, they are proposing 7 days a week, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. And the Planning Commission recommended that they ask for the maximum, even though they don't necessarily stay open, so they don't have to come back through a public hearing process to extend it by an hour or two. So that's what they're proposing at this time.
That's it. Do you have any more questions?
What are your Sundays going to look like?
I'm sorry?
What are your Sundays going to look like? It's going to be a buffet or a type of thing or food? How is it going to be for Sundays? Just curious.
Oh, Sundays, we're definitely gonna do a brunch.
Okay.
So we'll, at that time, we'll probably do an ad hoc brunch, not necessarily a buffet.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Right. Councilwoman Banks?
Thank you. This is to the planner. It's been years since I've been in that building. At one point, there was not an elevator down there. Did they put an elevator in?
There is an elevator, and I
There-
believe there's 3 or 4 means of egress in addition to the elevator, but it's an accessible elevator from.
Correct, yeah, it's more of a lift, a one-person lift, but yes, an elevator there.
Okay, so it's not an elevator that several people can get into?
I believe it's maximum 2 people can get in that lift, yeah.
It's, I believe I'm indicating the location.
Yes.
You come in through the rear, and there's the elevator, which is near the stairwell. Takes you from the first floor down and back.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Councilman Brightwell?
I'm glad you mentioned that you were associated with Debo's, and I recall Debo's when they first came here, and I'm obviously tracking it from a distance and the performance. And I think the management of Debo's has been exceptional, and it's probably a part of its success. And I definitely believe in that this philosophy that, you know, past performance is a pretty good predictor of the future performance. So just based on that, I think you guys have done a good job up there, and I'm looking forward to you doing a good job at this location. So with whatever, that's my endorsement. So, all right.
All right, Councilman Haynes?
How soon do you propose to be open? You know, what's the time frame?
We're looking at June, but that's a little aggressive, so.
This June?
Yeah.
Okay. That's my birthday in that month,
Right,
so
it's a little aggressive. But like I said, everything is pretty much in place in terms of no structural, we don't have to rebuild a bunch of things, so it's doable, but.
Okay. And my question is to the city planner. Are there any waivers or extra requirements that are needed for this property?
Yes, it's listed in our recommendations. Again, because the special land use requirements for restaurants came in after the fact, there's a 60-foot front yard setback, and the building is already built right at the right-of-way line, so they'll need a 60-foot waiver. And then the ordinance requires ingress, egress from a major thoroughfare. And there's that existing Hilton Drive on the north side, which doesn't qualify technically as a thoroughfare. It almost looks like a private entrance. So to comply specifically with the ordinance, 2 waivers are required. We are in support of that because there are existing non-conforming situations, and there's no real benefit by requiring the building to be moved back 60 feet or have, there's a secondary entrance on 10 Mile, but the site actually has a different zoning, parcel number where the restaurant is proposed. So this is, again, just cleaning up the ordinance requirements, and we're recommending in favor of those 2 conditions.
Okay.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I move that we approve PSLU 24-002, the special use request for the property listed along with the waivers.
All right, we have a motion by Councilman Hoag, supported by Councilman Haynes, to approve PSLU 24-0002, the special use request for a restaurant, bar, lounge at 25080 Southfield Road. Council, any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, thank you. All right, now we are at the last public hearing of the evening, PSLU 23-0020, a special use request for 10 Mile and Greenfield Gas Station to permit the addition of liquor sales in a carry-out restaurant at 24839 Greenfield Road.
Through the chair, again, this is required a special land use for the proposed beer, wine, and liquor sales, as well as the existing carry-out restaurant. Property is located at 24839 Greenfield. Hours of operation are 6 a.m. to midnight, Monday through Saturday, and 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Sunday. They're also, even though their hours of operation for the business are one thing, they're also controlled by the liquor license through the state regarding hours of operation, sales. And again, I know we've discussed this a couple times, but it's always good to remind the audience and council that what they're requesting is on-premise, the off-premise sales. There's 2 licenses required. The SDD is for spirits, which is the hard liquor, and the SDM is for the sale of beer and wine. These are off-premises. If this was a Myers, a 7-Eleven, or even a liquor store, they could go directly to the state and request the license for off-premise sales without coming to council. But because we make gas stations a special land use for various reasons, that's why they're here before you. The other thing to note is that the state issues licenses for both on-premise consumption, which is your restaurants that you can drink beer, or bars that you can drink beer, wine, and liquor at. Those are based on a formula on the city's population. And so if we talked about on-premise consumption, the city at its current, based on a current census, is allowed 51. They have issued 48. There's 1 available, 2 of which have already been allocated. Now, when it comes to beer and wine, there are 77 that are allowed based on the current population, of which 51 have been issued. So there's 21 available, and there's 5 that have been allocated, including through the end of February, including any gas stations that came before. So there's still a net available of 21 of these off-premise beer and wine licenses that are issued through the state. And in our particular case, with the gas stations, they also required local approval for the special land use. The spirits, which is the harder liquor, there's only 26 allowed based on our current population. 27 have been issued. So that means that the applicant would have to bring in a license from outside of the city in order to operate. We have tried to detail where the sale of beer, wine, and the sale of spirits are throughout the city. And these include all venues, including grocery stores and so forth. I've been asked many times why we didn't have a separation requirement. We do for on-premise consumption, but for off-premise consumption, the state does not require any separation between these types of licenses. So you could have a shopping center that has a Myers adjacent to a 7-Eleven, adjacent to a liquor store, adjacent to a convenience store that all sells off-premise licenses, and there's no separation. So we were consistent with the state liquor control regarding off-premise sales when we adopted the gas station special land use, which was introduced by council and approved sometime in the summer or fall of last year. And we try to anticipate approximately how many of the gas stations would be coming in. Not all gas stations will be seeking the beer, wine, and liquor because of a couple factors: the size of their existing C-stores or their gas stations, and the cost for these licenses. So not all gas stations will be seeking these. I believe to date we've approved 2 existing gas stations. We've approved 1 for a proposed gas station, and this would be the 4th or the 4th total, 3rd of existing. And I don't recall if we have, possibly we have 1 other applicant that is going through the system, but no more than that. Current zoning is B3 general business. Future land use is local mixed use, so it's consistent with that. This is the existing site, existing conditions. The other thing I wanted to note is that of our 27 or so gas stations in our 27 square miles, only 2 now still have service bays. So over time, as things have changed, the old gas stations used to all have service bays. And there was in the ordinance it allowed gas stations with service bays to have outside sales of auto-related items. So tires, windshield wiper fluid, windshield wipers was permitted to be stored outside during the hours of operation, and they were being brought in. Over to the decades, as those closed, gas station operators and C-stores start putting out firewood, T-shirts, all other types of exterior sales which aren't permitted. Ice chests kind of creeped outside, and these ice chests in many cases were blocking accessibility to the front entrance, and they weren't accessible themselves. So it's a person in a wheelchair couldn't get access to the ice chests. The ice chests weren't designed for persons with disability, and even if they were, they didn't provide for the 60-inch turning radius around the entrance of the door. So one of the things that council considered is that by the allowance of the sale of beer, wine, and liquor, gas stations had to come in compliance with all the site standards, clean up the outside of their site, and if they were going to have exterior ice chests, they had to be fully accessible on an accessible route. So in each of the cases that you've seen, most of these gas stations have pre-existed our current ordinance, and we have striven to getting the site more accessible and a better appearance. So even the transformation here, if you look at the upper photo from a year or 2 ago, you can see there was considerable outside sales. The grease trap bin and some ice chests are all being removed and or reorganized to comply with our ordinance. And you can see that they also, within the last few years, did some facade upgrades to the front of their building with the stone material on the bottom, and they've removed all the outside sales. The site plan includes pedestrian access from the main thoroughfare, connectivity to any bus stops, pedestrian access from both Southfield and 10 Mile, and then relocation of the dumpster and the ice chests that are fully accessible. We do now require a floor plan, so the applicant has to indicate where in the store they're going to have the sale of beer and wine, liquor, and in this particular case, compliance with the sale of the chicken for carryout. These are existing photos. And with that, I'll turn it over to the applicant to make a few comments prior to the public hearing. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ken Moreland, 29895 Greenfield Road in Southfield. We're the architects, Dorchin Martin and Associates, representing the applicant, Mr. Yusuf, who is here with me, as well as his partner, Mr. Aziz. The applicant is requesting special land use to permit the sale of alcohol, beer, wine, and liquor in the gas station, as well as bringing the existing carry-out restaurant in compliance with the zoning ordinance. The site, as Mr. Crode indicated, meets all of the requirements of the zoning ordinance, including accessibility, parking, setbacks, and landscaping. The project will require no exterior alterations to the facade, and the interior, we will not be making any interior renovations to the floor plan other than the reallocation of the stock on the shelves and in the coolers. We appreciate your consideration, and we ask for you to approve the request. Thank you.
Anything to add?
My name is Joseph Shalal. I'm the attorney for the applicant. My office is at 255 South Old Woodward, Birmingham, Michigan, 48009. Earlier I heard some things that were somewhat bothersome, like renaming the city to Liquorfield, but you will find that purchasing a license to place in any liquor establishment that sells at retail for off-site consumption is very prohibitive. At one time, when you first were considering this, a license in Oakland County was about $300,000. Right now, they're upwards of $425,000 to $450,000 to purchase a liquor license so that you can put it in your establishment. You are correct in the sense that you did say that there's X amount of licenses allowed, but a few years ago, the Liquor Control Commission in the state of Michigan changed the law to allow licenses to be transferred within the county. And this is what causes for example, you have one over in your allowance. The reason that is because it's based on population. The city of Southfield is one of those cities that has an increase in population during the daytime because of the several offices and medical facilities that you have here. So although the population might be a fixed number, the number of visitors to Southfield is probably 2 or 3 times the amount of residents. I mean, I think you have 75,000 residents, but you probably have 400,000 visitors in Southfield every day, from the hospitals to the medical facilities and to the office buildings. That is an incentive to allow these gas stations to have liquor licenses. I just want to alleviate people's fear that all of a sudden you allowed the gas stations to have liquor, and now every gas station is going to have liquor. So the reality of that is that, one, to get into that business, you need $450,000, which is a lot of money for a small business like that. The next thing that the Liquor Control Commission requires, and I've been doing liquor licensing for over 25 years, I know the rules back and forth, I've sat on committees with them and so forth, and so I have the knowledge that I can tell you that one of the requirements is that every one of those gas stations requires $250,000 of inventory. The liquor stores aren't required to have that. So to get into the liquor licensing business in a gas station, these retailers are going to need $600,000 or $700,000 just to get into that business. So that's why Southfield is not going to become Liquorfield just because a bunch of gas stations exist here. They have to qualify, they have to come up with the money, and that's not easy. These are all small businesses. If you have any other questions, we're more than happy to answer them.
All right, well, we will have our public hearing and see what other questions come up. This is a public hearing for PSLU 23-0020 for for 10 Mile and Greenfield Gas Station to permit the addition of liquor sales in a carry-out restaurant at an existing gas station at 24839 Greenfield Road. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Please give your name and address for the record. I would also like to add that please be respectful of each speaker, and there should be no applause or yelling or comments either during or after each speaker, either for or against this item. Please be respectful. Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. I'm very appreciative that the attorney brought out, and the gentleman speaking, that this was an issue that was already decided. And I'm not sure how we arrived at this point where we have to revisit and, you know, the efforts to not allow these people to move their business along with what's trending to stay in business. Right there on 12 Mile and Orchard Lake, you have a restaurant, gas station that sells liquor. Go to Ford Road in Canton, Michigan, right near IKEA. You have the same thing. You have the same thing on Northwestern Highway. So businesses, small businesses, realize that they have to do what's trending in order to stay in business and to compete. And he's also correct that they did remove that requirement, talking about other liquor stores in that distance. But we have more things to worry about, and having liquor in a gas station is not going to cause the demise to our community. What's causing the demise to our community is OxyContin, fentanyl, gun violence, domestic violence, and suicide. And I would challenge anyone to tell me that alcohol initially or on the surface can cause any of those things. Does alcohol sometimes contribute? Yes, but the person would already have a problem. We cannot accept all these new businesses coming in and not allow the people that have had a business in Southfield that did not request a tax abatement to not be allowed to advance and move their business in a way that they can survive and move it towards what's trending. This gas station has been there for a long time. What do you notice about the picture? Landscaping looks good, parking lot is paved, and it's clean. And most of our gas stations out here are well lit, which is a safety precaution in itself. So don't deny them the ability to support their families like we support ourselves. Thank you.
Good evening, Your Honorable Body. Thank you for allowing me to have my say. My name is Maria Barber. I'm a resident of 20504 Charlton Square, apartment 110, Southfield. I've also been in the Goodman Acker building on 10 Mile down the street from the gas station and the liquor store for more than 20 years, managing a law office there. The difference between the liquor store and the gas station is that you go to the liquor store to purchase liquor or to play the lottery or whatever. You go to the gas station for multi-purposes. I go to the gas station to play the lottery, get gas, get the chicken, because I love the chicken, you know, and maybe buy a pop for somebody at work, or, you know, order it for multis. And I believe that I would be able to eliminate the additional step of having to go to a liquor store or a beer and wine store when I'm already there. And I just think that it's a convenience thing. I don't think that the competition for the two of them is as much as people believe it is. And if you can use the arguments that they're using, that it's going to increase crime and it's going to, why isn't it already doing that for the liquor store? That's all I'm saying. I think that the convenience would be great for me anyway. And I think they deserve an opportunity. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members. I'd like to take a few moments of my precious 3 minutes to just thank you for choosing to be public servants. It's not an easy job. It's certainly not for the faint of heart. So anyone who chooses to run for office and be public servants, I'd like to thank you. And I have no doubt that you will do what you always do, which is what you think is best for the community. So thank you. My name is Gabby Grossbard. I live at 25428 Wood Villa. I'm a resident of Southfield. I'm a community member, and I'm president of Congregation Havas Olam Torah Center. I am not up here to object on the route that you chose for Southfield, which is to allow alcohol sales in gas stations. That is something you decided. I trust the council. I'm here to implore you to consider rejecting it at this intersection. This intersection is different, and my point is that the council is not obligated to approve every liquor license that comes before you simply because that you allowed alcohol sales in gas station. This intersection is unique, and I ask you to look at it from two perspectives. First of all, this is the most highly trafficked pedestrian and bike riders intersection in the city. And if it's not the most, it's a top 3 for sure. The Orthodox Jewish community lives right there in the masses. There are 6 synagogues right there by that intersection. Every Friday night, Saturday, Jewish holiday, on a busy day, on a nice day with events, you could be talking about over 1,000 pedestrians on that one day. I'd like to introduce, there's a CDC survey that studied, and they came out and they read, and I'll just read from the conclusion. They say that off-premise alcohol outlets are associated with pedestrian injury rate. Many provide evidence for information for policy on liquor store licensing, zoning, and enforcement. This CDC study finds that there is a direct correlation between increased by 12% between intersections that sell alcohol and intersections that don't sell alcohol. As a community member that walks in this intersection, our kids ride bikes, our kids, our brothers, our sisters, our kids, our parents, we walk in this intersection. We ask you to consider that. The other thing with this with this specific intersection is Michigan Law 436.1503, which I have here, which is the 500-foot law. If you're measuring property line to property line from this gas station, there are 3 businesses or schools, congregation, and a preschool that would prevent them from getting a license. If you measure door to door, they're less than 3. But there are, I don't know if this was taken into consideration or not, but I would, I see my time is up. I appreciate you hearing me. I would like to ask to enter to the record or the minutes the law, the CDC study, and my letter with this points if possible.
You can hand it to our planner, and he'll take care of it for.
Thank you. Thank you, Council.
Your Honorable Council, my name is Justin Hanna. I'm an attorney with Taft Law, the largest law firm in Southfield and Oakland County. Address is 27777 Franklin Road. My family also owns the liquor store across the street. It's Prince Liquor at 15600 West 10 Mile Road. Today I'm here in opposition of the alcohol sales at this gas station and to petition the council to consider a moratorium on all new special use approvals for liquor licenses being transferred into the city. I submitted a letter to this council. I hope that you've had an opportunity to read and consider it, but I'd like to highlight a few points and other considerations. You've heard from some people. I commend all the people that are still here that want to speak out about this subject, either for or against. But in regard to this approval, although planning may have given a favorable recommendation, this council has the ability to consider factors outside of those minimum threshold requirements.
We must ask ourselves, will this drive down liquor prices for competition? The answer is no. Liquor prices are set at state minimum. Is this going to provide healthy food, safe schools? Is it going to increase our home values? The answer is no. Do we need another liquor store in this corner when the city of Southfield is already overprescribed for liquor licenses? Thank you, council members, for your time.
Good evening, Selena Soka, Chaldean American, and the daughter of Steve Soka, owner of Franklin Liquor, 28500 Franklin Road. For my opening statement, I'm in opposition of granting liquor license to gas stations without any limitations. In 2021, a friend of mine, aged 18, was walking to her dorm room on her college campus when she was suddenly hit by a drunk driver, causing her sudden death. As we're all aware, Lawrence Tech University, located in Southfield, and Wayne State University and the University of Detroit Mercy, all located within 20 minutes from our current location, are all majority commuter schools. Allowing for gas stations to sell liquor will promote drunk driving, as their business hours are extended in comparison to your traditional liquor store, are easily accessible, and not to mention gas stations tend to employ young adults that may or may not be able to identify a fake ID, which allows easy access to minors. Going back to the universities and potentially grade schools, allowing gas stations to sell liquor will promote drunk driving, underage drinking, and put daily commuters in danger. Furthermore, traffic throughout Southfield is already heavy. The ongoing construction throughout the city doesn't make the traffic any better. Adding drunk driving in a highly populated residential family area not only puts other drivers and residents at risk, but also construction workers. The Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration found that 68% of cities reported that substance abuse was the largest cause of homelessness amongst young single adults. Making liquor more accessible and convenient will put residents at risk of addiction and homelessness. And in today's day and age, as mentioned by another individual, addiction is an ongoing issue that we're facing. You just had a dozen first responders sworn in. You understand that their safety is a priority as they go to work and put their lives at risk for the city daily. As previously mentioned, I'm responsible and working tirelessly to bring home our troops safely, as I'm employed at a government-contracted defense company. You're elected and responsible to help protect the residents of Southfield, not endanger them. By granting liquor licenses to gas stations, you're endangering residents. By allowing gas stations to hold liquor license, you're oversaturating the sale of liquor, which will cause liquor store small business owners to struggle to operate, and forcing them to shut down when all liquor store owners here today have been in business for a number of years. Loyalty should be reciprocated to current businesses as they have been here and only bring value and strengthen the community they helped build. I'm in opposition of granting liquor licenses to gas stations without any limitations, as this will increase crime rates, accidents, and turn the beautiful city of Southfield into the city of liquor fields. Thank you.
Good evening. Anessa Clark. I'm a former resident of the Southfield, city of Southfield, and I used to actually work for the city of Southfield with Ross Towing. I do everything in Southfield. I just became a newer member of Oak Park District. And
Can you please give your address for the record?
24195 Beverly Street.
Thank you.
And I am speaking on this gas station in particular because that is my area. That gas station sits right at the corner where Southfield and Oak Park meet. So therefore, it's very convenient for one. Two, I am for the sale of alcohol at not only this gas station, but any gas station that is trying to further provide what the public seeks, providing all of the things that the public offer. For one, food. That gas station has very good food. I don't go to any of the restaurants around it just because of the politeness there, for one. The customer service is there. I can get everything there, beverages, my food, salt, oil. It's a gas station, not only gas. And if I should need a hat for the winter months, yes, the gas stations have become more convenient, which is good because I am a disabled resident. So for me to have to travel far is just totally out of the question. I can literally walk. I have children that also grew up in this area, and I just don't believe that selling alcohol or allowing the sale of a couple of shelves in a gas station to sell beer and wine or alcohol, whatever the alcoholic beverage may be, will promote any more accidents than what we already have from drunk drivers. I think the accountability of drunk drivers is the accountability of people. I am personally a daughter of an alcoholic. I was raised by an alcoholic. My father never got behind the wheel of a car because he was a heavy drinker. There was a corner store that was three blocks away. He chose to walk to. So to deny smaller businesses the opportunity to acquire further wealth within our community, along with providing the services that maybe the community is asking for. I am for the sale of alcohol. Troy's been doing it for years. I worked at Troy, and the alcohol rate didn't raise because the gas station is offering alcoholic beverages. Either you choose to do it or you don't. I don't drink, personally, and I still am for the sale of promoting and them feeding their family better wealth and giving us what we ask for. Thank you for being here.
Hi, good evening. My name is Shalon Jordan, 225 Greenfield. I'm right down the street from 10 Mile and Greenfield, and I've never done this before, but I'm here to support this gas station. It's a one-stop shop. I go there on my way to work or coming home from work. And I like the chicken there. I like to play my lottery, my gas, and whatnot. So, you know, I don't see why they should be denied their license or whatever, because everybody doing what they do today, you know, but it all depends on how you do it, when you do it, and what you do. Either right or wrong is either, you know, you don't have to drink and drive. I don't drink and drive. I'm a recovering addict. I've been in Southfield for 24 years, and I've been at 10 Mile and Greenfield for 5 years. I'm in a senior living, so I am disabled, and like I say, it's a walking distance, or you can drive there, either or. But I'm here to support 10 and Greenfield. Thank you.
Hi, Council. My name is Jonathan Hanna, Professor of Architecture, Lawrence Technological University, 21,000 10 Mile Road. I'm here to talk today about my concerns about 10 Mile and specifically putting another liquor store at this location. I have here a map. The diamonds represent the locations of existing liquor stores. And what I'd like to say is that I have a very difficult time recruiting new candidates at Lawrence Tech because I can't show them anything when I pull out left of the campus on 10 Mile. Because everything to the left of campus on 10 Mile, everything from Telegraph over to Greenfield, is gas station, liquor store, gas station, liquor store, liquor store, liquor store, liquor store, gas station. You'll notice here that in the 4-mile stretch from Telegraph to Greenfield, there are 9 existing liquor licenses active on 10 Mile. 10 Mile alone, in 4-mile stretch, 9 liquor stores. You'll notice that on the west side of the city, the 6 square miles west of Telegraph have 0. None. There's 1 left to give. There's 0 left to give, or -1 to give. I'd like 10 Mile, the street that is the first impression for new candidates, to not be sort of continual growth of liquor stores. And if that we could have a more equitable distribution, saving this license for, say, somewhere on the west side which has no liquor stores, I think it would be beneficial to the city. So I hope you guys take that into consideration. Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Diana Pegler, 15640 George Washington. I am opposed to this project, as you can imagine. I've been here before to talk about the same topic. The gentleman before me just made my point. The last time I spoke, I did a 2-mile radius drive, and there were 13 places that you could purchase some form of alcohol. What makes that acceptable in terms of the quality of life in this community? I work with the Southfield Community Anti-Drug Coalition, and we teach prevention and education. And while they have a right to make a living, what else do we need? At that particular intersection, this will make the 3rd place of business to purchase some form of alcohol. I recognize that on the opposite side, that's the city of Oak Park, but it's still our community. Do we need all 4 corners selling alcohol? For what? You know, I believe in entrepreneurship, but this is not acceptable. This is overkill. But I also, in listening to Mr. Crow, understand that maybe our battle has to start in the state of Michigan, as well as here, right here too. One of the attorneys just mentioned the power of the council. You can approve or reject. We need to work both ends, council as well as the state of Michigan. I would also suggest that if you approve this, ask these stations and other businesses that sell alcohol to do some things that are responsible in the community. Do something for the neighborhoods. I have some suggestions. I'm willing to talk to them about it, but this is not acceptable.
My name is Leonard Boyd, 16110 Templar Circle, Southfield, Michigan. I'm here in support of the gas station. My background, I've lived here for over 35 years, and my background is restaurant and bar management. Managed restaurant for over 20 years. And the big thing as far as liquor sales, beer sales, wine sales is training. You just have to train your staff properly. You have to know what to look for, whether it be body language or slurred speech, or you have to pay attention. Just because someone's coming in to purchase doesn't mean you have to sell to them. I don't think one more license means that someone's going to die or, you know, it's the end of the world, but it's just a matter of training. You have to train your staff properly. And I do support Chris and his partner. They create a beautiful environment at the gas station, and I support Prince Liquor as well. They're a good family there, but again, it's just a matter of training your staff and training your people and knowing what to look for. And again, just because you come in to purchase doesn't mean you have to sell to them. But I fully support them. Thank you.
Hi. 25264 Prairie Drive, Southfield. I'm a homeowner.
Your name, I'm sorry?
Oh, Lavita. I'm a homeowner.
Can you speak into the mic?
I'm a homeowner.
Thank you.
I've been living out here for decades. I want to know, why is this so important? We got a liquor store here and a gas station here. So why is this so important to really have liquor sold out of a gas station? I mean, it's going to make the community go down. My community is going to go down. We're going to see little liquor bottles everywhere. We're going to see it. Are y'all comfortable with that? Because I'm not. Do y'all have any concern about any of that? I just would really want to know. I do support Prince Liquor Store. I have no problem. Gas station is for gas. Little knickknacks here.
not for liquor. So I don't approve. Thank you.
Keith Harris, Rougewood, 21685. I think you guys know how I feel about liquor, but every time we say the word liquor, you put the word convenient behind it. Why? Why do we always have to make some of the worst substance convenient? I'm not understanding this. You know, I and my wonderful wife, we've been getting around. We got quite a few organizations standing with us to push that, that quarter-mile rule back. And we're going to fight legally to have it pushed back, where any existing liquor stores that's been open, you know, within the past so many years, we're going to see if we can get their liquor's license restricted. You know, this is just wrong. This is just wrong. We don't need money that bad in Southfield. You know, our gas stations are the new all-purpose convenience stores, chicken, T-shirts, rock salt. Everything you want is at the gas station now. You know, when we talk about drugs, do you not know most people who do opioids drink with their opioids? I'm not, like I said, my son's a cop. And the thing about what I worry about my son, just like I worry about that state trooper when he pulls someone over and he's standing out there on the freeway or any street, then he pull a drunk over, then another drunk hit him. I've been watching our Southfield police officers do these chases from Southfield all the way to Detroit. And do you know every time they in a chase experience, the person is up under some sort of substance? When will we start thinking, put the people first? That's all I'm saying. Stop using the word convenient. Every time I hear these gas station owners come up here, they always want to use the word convenient. Oh, we sell chicken, we sell fish, we sell collard greens, we sell liquor now, we sell this, we sell that, we got T-shirts. This is too much. This is too much. You know, do something about this. Do something about this.
Good evening. Marin Kaji here, 25877 Losser Road, Majestic Market. The chief of the fire department said it earlier. He said it great. The city is great, the residents are great, the businesses are great. With this great city, why do we need gas stations selling liquor? Let's keep the city great and deny liquor sales in gas stations. Thank you.
Greg Keeler, Southfield resident.
Address, please.
Address? Southfield resident. You keep saying this word convenient. In a couple of weeks, you're going to have coming up here people for selling of marijuana. I hope you look at them the same way you're looking at these people for selling alcohol. There should not be no difference in them. It should be a 5-2 vote, yes, that they can have longer hours. If you're saying they can sell alcohol just because they want to and they want to make more money, same thing with them. It should be, you should not be separating which way you're going to go. It should be straight across the board on everybody. Now, earlier when I got ready to speak and the clock started ticking before I spoke, I was distracted just by that. So I can only imagine what some alcohol would do. And if the distraction was there, because I missed a whole paragraph of what I had down there written. So, I don't see this alcohol being saturated, and it's a doggone shame that y'all got me agreeing with Lawrence Tech. that it should not be on that side of the city as heavy. We should not be, because we have students over there. Shouldn't be the next thing coming over there popping up in our neighborhood is marijuana as well. Y'all should think about, once again, the people. Not about how much money you don't get in taxes and everything else. The people. Not whether it is legal, whether it is ethical, to put it all in one saturated area. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Nada Hanna. My late husband and I lived in Southfield and raised 3 kids. And we created Prince Liquor. And we've been running it very successfully and love the community. I am here to ask you, please, not to let this, supposedly my husband used to call them a friendly neighbor, to get the liquor license in there. I don't know why anybody would pay $400,000 to $500,000 to get a liquor license in that small place. They don't even have room for, I've never been there, but people tell me they don't have room to put not even 1 shelf or 2 in there. Please, 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 am asking you not to take away from a small business to give to another business. Please, think about it. I am trying to run my business peacefully, and that's all I need. We're just trying to pay our bills and stay in there, and we will. Thank you so much.
Yes, my name is Brian Ross at 16301 Fairfax, and I'm a land contractor, and I do snow removal and landscaping in the city of Southfield. I think, you know, it doesn't matter on how many places that has the liquor to sell. It is a legal liquid to sell, and I think it still will be convenient for everyone to be able to get everything in at a one-stop shop. They can get everything they need, and they don't have to drive all over the place to get it, because if they want to get it, they're going to get it no matter how many places there is there to get it. It just make it more convenient for the people and not have to wait in long lines or things of that nature. I think it'll be great to have the liquor license at the gas stations, especially the one on Greenfield and 10 Mile. Thank you.
My name is Sam Mona. I'm owner of Suburban Liquor Store at 29085 Evergreen. The reason I'm here is to oppose the gas station. Southfield is a really beautiful and peaceful city, and we need to keep it that way. You know how much trash I clean up in front of my store every single day? Miniature bottles here, double shots here, everywhere. I clean it up. Now the gas station next to you, across from you, is everybody gonna do that? You're just gonna add more and more stuff like that. You're gonna walk into the gas station, you're gonna do the same thing. We already have enough of this. And the drunk driving, it will go up. You walk into a liquor store to buy your liquor, to go home, to go to a party. You're at the gas station pumping gas. You're gonna go in, buy a double shot, shoot it in the parking lot, boom, go on the road. That is a difference. You know, someone earlier said liquor stores have liquor. Why can't the gas stations? Well, that's what we are. We're called a liquor store. Gas station is called a gas station. Can we come here and get pumps on our parking lots and our stores? Can we start selling gas? Why can they start selling liquor? Why do you guys want so many of the same thing in the same city? Why don't we focus on bringing in new kinds of businesses instead of ones that are already here? We're just adding more and more of the same. And somebody also spoke about drugs is the problem, not alcohol. Well, you can't walk into every corner store and buy these pills and buy these drugs, but liquor is everywhere on every corner now. And you guys are just adding more to it.
Please be
They're
mindful of
talking
the
about
speakers.
the gas stations, they need it to survive. Well, they survived all these years without it. Why do they need it now? What about the liquor store that's been in business for years, surviving off that? Now they have competition that they never had before. Don't they need to survive? The gas stations made it all this time. Now the liquor store has competition that they never have. Think about that too. Late nights here in Southfield, I notice they're very quiet, they're very nice, peaceful. That's gonna change too when all these gas stations get the liquor. Do you guys wanna see this change at night? Another thing is there's just too many in this city already. We don't want any more and we don't need any more. Thank you.
Good evening. Attorney Rita Soka at 29444 Northwestern Highway, Southfield, Michigan 48034. I am here asking your honors to petition you to consider placing a moratorium and deny the application in question. I would like to also ask to admit the 200 signatures that were presented by Ms. Neda Hanna. I believe she missed her opportunity to admit them. Those signatures are in opposition of this request. I noticed that there is a common term, convenience. Yes, it's going to be very convenient to commit crimes. It's going to be very convenient to buy liquor. It's going to be very convenient for young adults under the age of 21 to grab a liquor from the shelf and leave. You know why? Because it's very busy at the gas stations. Gas stations are meant to be, yes, convenient, to be in and out. Get your gas and leave. It's not going to be easy to monitor these young adults going in and out of the gas stations. Do you know who operate these gas stations? Young adults, high schoolers, college students. They don't know better. Do you know who operates the liquor stores? These are specialty stores. The owners themselves that are sitting right here. I ask you right now, what are the chances that these buyers at this gas station, when they buy liquor, what are the chances that they're going to leave trash behind at that bus stop? Who's going to clean that? Who's going to watch over the pedestrians that are walking on Friday and Saturday nights, and Saturday all day, or during the Jewish holidays? Who's going to ensure their safety? I represent drunk drivers all the time at my firm. And you know what the common sentence and statement that they say to me? I couldn't control myself. These are good people that are drinking. They are sick. You want to fight opioid? We're not going to go near the liquor license. We should place maybe vending machines for Narcan at these liquor stores and gas stations to fight opioid. We are not asking you to turn your face away from drug addictions. We're asking you to minimize the drug addiction. Alcohol is a drug. Go sit in Judge Small's courtroom and listen to her at the sentencing hearings for drunk drivers and listen to what she says and what she has to say. She has a 45-minute speech at every sentencing hearing in 48th District. And you know what she says? It's a problem. This is a problem. You're making it very, very convenient to make it a bigger problem. We're talking about domestic violence. Yes, when you're drunk, you don't know what you're doing. Yes, there's going to be an increase in domestic violence. There's going to be an increase in sexual assault. There's going to be an increase in drunk driving, car accidents, crimes, gun crimes. Yes, there will be. And we ask you to take that into consideration. Ask yourself, what are the chances that these liquor stores will increase crime? Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Naji Gasso from Arts Liquor. We have been at the city for a long time, since early 1982.
What is your address?
I'm sorry?
Your address?
I'm sorry, 20320 West 8 Mile Road. We have been in the city for many years. We have invested lots of money, lots of time. The entire family lives out that liquor store. We have expanded, and we keep expanding in the city of Southfield. I'm sure we have come to many of the meetings they have. We kept our buildings nice and clean. We are opposed to any liquor license anymore to that. We have invested many, so we'd like to put opposed to the liquor license. We'd like to put limitation in place that sells not to stack on top of each other, put a buffer zone. We'd like to consider to deny any liquor license today and near future. We'll appreciate you guys for that. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello, my name is Hans Azaria. I'm the owner of Treasure Island Liquor Store on 24123 West 10 Mile Road. I own the property and the business, and I just recently found out that even the gas station right next door to me, literally sharing a wall, got approved for a liquor license. My due process rights were violated when I didn't receive a notice to the public hearing when considering liquor license application at the gas station right next to mine. I mean, I keep hearing the word convenient. If it's convenient for the gas station to be an all one-stop shop, why can't I be an all-stop shop, get pumps, and be two gas stations with liquor, beer, and wine right next to each other? So I am opposed to this, and I feel like we're just going to be stacking liquor stores. Thank you.
My name is John Pickett. I live at 25629 Larkin, Southfield. I'm a multi-decade resident of Southfield. I have never had a conversation with any of my neighbors that say, hey, you know what? We need to have another liquor store in our community. So I think that we should think twice about approving additional liquor stores, because you don't have to look very far in front of a liquor store and see alcoholic beverage containers laying on the streets. So I'm against the implementation of additional liquor stores in Southfield, Michigan. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sam Bakal. I own a business in Southfield on 13 Mile and Greenfield, and I also own a liquor store in Madison Heights. In Madison Heights, we've been there for 39 years. And Madison Heights approved liquor for gas stations almost 10 years ago. And they could coexist. The same thing is going to happen in Southfield. We could coexist. All these owners of liquor stores who are nervous about gas stations bringing liquor, they're not going to go out of business. Other cities have them. They could coexist. I have a picture of a business next to each other in Troy, on 15 Mile and John R., northeast corner. The liquor store has liquor, the gas station has liquor, and next door to it has a liquor store by itself. They've been there for years. They could coexist. Go to Maple and Crooks, two gas stations across from each other. Both of them have liquor. 1 block away, there's a liquor store. They could coexist. It doesn't mean just because a liquor is going to be in a gas station, the liquor stores will go out of business. You just have to modify, just like we modified our businesses over the years. When the drugstores brought liquor, when the supermarkets brought liquor, we had to modify our business. This is just a thing of the future going forward. Thank you.
My name is Joe Tinpan, 850 Stevenson Highway, Troy. Dave Durade is a close friend of mine, and I am a commercial business broker, and I practice a lot of commercial real estate. And a lot of my focus is on businesses with liquor licenses, so I can speak on a lot of what was said and what is facts. When he applied for the license, actually the MLCC does their own measurements, and if any of those religious institutions were less than 500 feet away, they would have been notified, and those institutions would have had a chance to object. Because that did not happen, that means MLCC did their method of measurement, and they are further than 500 feet away. Another thing would be keeping the liquor license, maybe pushing it west of Telegraph. There's not really a ton of commercial property over there as opposed to these areas. And also, 10 and Greenfield and some of these other areas like Northwestern are more of the thoroughfares. Like Mr. Shalal, Attorney Shalal mentioned earlier, this is where all the traffic is going. A lot of times, like for example, if I have an appointment in Redford, my GPS has me go down Telegraph. You know, it has me take Square Lake to Telegraph. I'm coming from Troy, and that's just the way that it is. That's just the way that Southfield is. It is a main thoroughfare for a lot of people. Another thing that a lot of people are mentioning when they mention the safety issues and the crime, the store owners that are telling you this, they're not offering to close down their store and move. They just don't want another store next to them. You know, they just don't want the competition. Let's just call it what it is. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Steve. Hello, my name is Steve Soka. I own Franklin Liquor at 28500 Franklin Road. I've heard so much about the viability of gas stations, about how they're going to be viable. Gas stations have never made so much money in their history of making money. Their pool margins, which is the amount of money that they make per gallon, has never been as high as it is since COVID, you know, during COVID and on. There's another thing is the AFPD, the AFPD stands for the Associated Food Petroleum Dealership. They lobbied Liquor Control Commission to raise the profit margin for liquor. So now, again, liquor is going up in price, and who's going to suffer but the community? And this is all driven from the gas stations. The state of Michigan did issue 26 licenses to the city of Southfield per census. All that went on the census. So as Mr. Shalal said, that, you know, the city of Southfield is a stomping ground and there's so much more traffic. Well, those traffic and that additional traffic that is in the city, they live somewhere too. And they already got counted for in their city with the census, and also the amount of liquor licenses coming into the city. The gas stations having liquor, it is a way of the future. Your job as the board is to protect the community, protect the viability of the city, to have the Southfield standard, all right? The lawyers, they're the ones who are supposed to put the wordings to back it all up. It's you, it's here, it's now who decide on the faith of the community. Now, imagine in 20 years from now, close your eyes and just think about what's going to happen. What's going to happen to the viability of the community? Is this something that future people are going to say, what in the world? How did this happen? How did this happen? How did we approve this? Gas station, liquor store, gas station. How did this happen? How is it that we're going to stop all these licenses from coming in and consuming our community? Liquorfield, Michigan, here I come. That's exactly what it's going to be known for. Everywhere there's a gas station is a potential another liquor store next to another liquor store. This is the reality of it. Whether these gas stations qualify today, maybe, maybe not, but they can alter them to get them to qualify. These are things that we have to keep in mind, and it's not going to show today. It's going to show in 10, 20, 30 years from today for our future, for our legacy. Let's not ruin our great city that we worked so hard to keep desirable. Thank you.
Good evening, Stacy Jackson, Southfield resident. I'm always moved when I see residents and business owners come out to speak before council. It shows that they care. Unfortunately, I feel that the city, much like our nation, is succumbing to what I think our nation's greatest pain has always been. I don't think opioids is our first addiction. I believe that our nation and our city's first addiction is greed. I don't think we need that much money. I do not think gas stations are about to go out of business because they can't sell liquor. I find that the proximity of where these potential new gas station liquor stores could pop up are too clustered together. Perhaps if this city had done a better job in the beginning spacing these out like other cities, we may not have that issue. When you drive through Troy, West Bloomfield, Farmington Hills, all of these places, yes, they have gas station and liquor stores, but not every mile like in Southfield, not taking up practically all four corners. Many of these places have sidewalks. A lot of places in Southfield do not. I think one of the reasons why we elect, re-elect, or retain council people is not just to follow the law, but to be a moral compass for the people. I feel that what this nation is following, what we are trending, is immoral, that we don't care what the costs are to make money. Again, I take this even deeper being an African American woman because it is true. Our culture has always been victimized. Whatever pain happens in this nation, in this city happens even that much more to African Americans. Many of us do come here for a better way of life to Southfield. Why do we need gas station liquor stores on virtually every corner? I think that type of precedence should be unprecedented. This council should do a better job of mitigating future issues. Down the line, as we continue to do this, yes, gas stations will be selling marijuana too. Greed. I'm a person who prides myself with saying I can get along with anybody, but I will not go along with everybody. I will not go along with this council on that, and we should remember that when it comes time to vote.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak to PSLU 23-0020?
Hello, how you doing? My name is Nishan Hassel. I live at 17361 Addison Street, and I'm here to support the gas station. I go to the gas station and the liquor store, and I respect both businesses, but competition is competition. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, public hearing is now closed. The petitioner heard some of the questions that were asked. Did you want to address any of those questions, and then we will hear from council?
If that building did not have gas pumps, it probably wouldn't even be here today. It would just be another building selling with the ability to sell liquor. The reason that we're here is because it's a gas station, and oh my gosh, gas stations can sell liquor now. Well, after what I just heard, we should abolish all liquor stores. We should not have any liquor in Southfield whatsoever, because it's the root of all evil. It's not why we're here. The city council decided that it's proper for these commercial buildings that happen to have gasoline can sell liquor too, because that's the trend. People want, and I hate to say it, people want convenience. We all do. So when I hear, oh, when we walk, and it's going to be less safe at the intersection, well, I think it's going to be more safe. Why? Well, because now this person who got gas and got their lottery ticket and got their fried chicken was also able to get their alcohol, their beer, their wine, their alcohol, whatever they wanted. Instead of getting back in their car, crossing a 4-lane thoroughfare so they can go across the street to buy liquor at a liquor store. Then you heard comments about polluting the neighborhood. Well, if that's what sin is going to be caused by this gas station, then why hasn't the liquor store across the street also caused that same sin? Because it just does not exist. People are business people. They take care of their businesses and they do what they're supposed to do to make sure that their customers and their citizens are happy. I also heard something about the 500-foot law. Yes, there is a 500-foot law that you should not be within 500 feet of a church or a school. Well, Mr. Youssef here has already been approved by the Liquor Control Commission, who did a thorough investigation of the area, analyzed all the churches and schools in the area, and found that he was not within 500 feet of a church or school, and that's a statute, that's legislative. It's not a Liquor Control Commission rule. And you talked about liquor prices, and there's a state minimum. Yes, there's a state minimum, but not everyone sells at a state minimum. When you don't have competition, guess what happens? The prices go up, because I don't have to sell at state minimum, because where are people going to go? And where are people going to go in this situation? Where?
Excuse me, we're letting him speak now.
So where are they going to go? Within 1 mile square, 1 mile in each direction, there's only one other store that sells liquor. Now, there might be some beer and wine locations, like the CVS and so forth, but there's only one other location within a mile. So there is no concentration that you've heard in this area. So they're trying to shame you into saying, oh, you're over-concentrating the neighborhood with liquor stores. But you're not. There's only one other liquor store within a mile in each direction of that location. And then we talked about people being drunk and driving and it's no longer going to be safe. And many years ago and continuing to today, the legislature studied the effects of the issuance of liquor licenses to gas stations. Because why shouldn't gas stations have liquor licenses? Why? They're just a commercial business. And they did not find a concern with drinking and driving being any different than a person who drives to a liquor store. They tell you, oh my gosh, people are driving to gas stations to get gas, and then they're driving away with liquor. Don't they do the same thing at the liquor store? Don't they just drive to the liquor store? And we're in Michigan, everybody has a car. You drive to the liquor store, you get what you want, and do what you want, and you leave. There's no difference between a gas station having liquor and other commercial building having liquor. By not granting the license, you're forcing your own residents to make multiple stops. That increases traffic. Not the fact that he has liquor. The fact that you're making your residents go from this store to that store just so they don't have to shop in one spot. Yes, that's convenience. And yes, convenience matters to a lot of people because they don't want to get in their car and risk their own lives going from spot to spot to spot. They want to go somewhere, maybe catch a meal, maybe catch a drink, and maybe get their gas and their lottery tickets like you've heard today. And also, you heard that you may grant a license. But Section 7.196E of your code says that if the business meets the requirements, that the commission will adopt a resolution approving the applicant. So the things you've heard today are fear of competition. They're not fear of a business opening up and having a liquor license. They're fear of competition and what might happen to me if a person opens up next door or across the street, and what's going to happen to my business. You know what happens to your business? You get on your toes, you work harder, you work smarter, you improve your building, because competition is good for your citizens. It makes your citizens have a place where people aren't controlling them because there's other places they can go. Cleaner places they can go, nicer places they can go, friendlier places they can go. But if you take away that opportunity, you take it away from all of them. So I'd ask, with what you've heard today about why there's so much businesses against this, I think that the right decision is to grant this license to Mr. Youssef, who is a responsible business owner, has multiple liquor licenses in multiple businesses, and he just wants to make it another place, a good place for the city of Southfield and for himself and his family. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for the petitioner? Okay, well, I have some questions. Mr. Crow, can you go to the slide that shows where they're going to be allocating beer, wine, and liquor, please? Okay. My question to the planner, this is what they are proposing. Are they allowed to expand at any time, should this pass, the amount of shelf space that they are currently showing?
There would be no restrictions on the interior, but if they were to add an addition, that would have to be reviewed separately to see if if they're in compliance with our setbacks and so forth.
Okay.
And again, I know there's been a lot of focus on the sales of beer, wine, and liquor, or spirits, but the special land use is also considering the sale of food items. So I don't want to lose sight of the fact that they need special land use approval for the carry-out restaurant as well.
Okay. Another question is, if this location was not a gas station, but a regular store on the corner, would they need a special land use to open up a liquor store?
No, they would just need the approval from the state liquor license. If they were just a neighborhood store or any other type of retailer, they would just need to go to the state. There would be no local approval for off-premise sales. If it's on-premise, that's different, but I know there is some mixing of the amount of licenses available, and again, I'll go back to, so there are about a dozen different types of licenses. There are hotel, tavern, Class C, restaurants, G1 and G2, private corporation, golf clubs, brew pubs, and clubs. That's for on-premise consumption. And those are strictly limited based on the amount of available licenses, which the city currently only has one available unless they're brought in. And then there's the off-premise consumption. There's beer and wine, and then there's the spirits. So any convenience store, grocery store, or other type of retailer could just go right to the state to get the license, and then the state, based on what the representative had stated, would review that independently, and then depending on the number of available licenses, could issue that without coming to the city for special approval. When we reviewed this, gas stations already had a special land use requirement just for the type of business. And we do hold public hearings to get input from the neighbors and other businesses to help the council make informed decisions. So we do take the public hearing and the public notification issue seriously. But if this was a general retailer that, without the gas sales, they could just apply straight to the state. And if they meet those requirements, they would be granted off-premise sales of beer, wine, and liquor.
Okay. Another question or another comment that was raised was when the gas station converted from a auto repair to a convenience store, there was mention that they specifically said there will be no alcohol sales. Can you speak to that?
I'm not aware of that, if that was a condition of approval or just something that was stated. Now, again, it wasn't until late summer, early fall that Southfield permitted the sale of alcohol at gas stations. Previous to that, it was explicitly prohibited. So I don't know if there was, I don't think we saw any like consent agreement or any special conditions that were part of the original approval would have come up in our initial research, but I'm not aware of any.
Okay, so I guess my question is, in the letter in our packet, there was minutes from 2014, I believe, that specifically said that they're converting into a C-store, but there will be no sale of alcohol on the premise. I can pull up the exact wording if it would help, but how does that come into play here?
Just listening to this for the first time, it sounds like at the time if they were a C-store, and yet at the same time they could have opened it, that was specifically for that use. But now the use changed and went to a gas station, and they are going through the process for the special land use permit. So I would say those are two separate issues, if that was what was in the paperwork back in 2014. I haven't seen anything, but I would say it's two different uses also, because it was a convenience store that could have had those sales, so perhaps that's why it's in there. But now that we have it as a gas station, I believe that those are two separate situations.
Okay. Thank you. It was mentioned that the Prince Liquor Store did give the planner, and I know the city clerk has now petitions of people against. We've also received petitions from the Shell gas station for the liquor sales. I just wanted to point that out. There was mention about increased traffic and drunk driving. And first I'll say I thought more people would speak against the bar lounge at 10 in Southfield, where it's going to be a bar open till 2 a.m. To me, that would increase more drunk driving, but I guess no one had a problem with that. And I also live in this neighborhood. As you can tell, I'm an Orthodox Jew. I do walk Fridays and Saturdays and the holidays. I pass this intersection many times throughout the day, taking my kids to and from school or just being around the neighborhood. I don't live within 500 feet, but I do live within a half mile of this location. I will tell you, every time I drive by, even when I stop in for gas or into the C-store, it's always clean, it's friendly, there's no riffraff hanging around. I have no concerns that this is going to add additional traffic. The property is lighted up in the evening. There's cameras. It is a safe neighborhood. I think that the fears that it will increase pedestrian or increase traffic and make it unsafe for pedestrians won't come to fruition. In fact, because of that concern, I did ask our police chief for traffic accident numbers because I want to make a factual decision and not based on emotion, but on facts. And I asked for 3 years of traffic data on the intersection of 10 Mile and Greenfield. There were not a lot of accidents. Alcohol did not play a factor in any of the accidents that were there. And in my conversations with our police chief to understand how some of these numbers work and some of the information that he gave me, he did not have, based on the data, that the data does not suggest that the businesses are prone to criminal activity. Both businesses, because I asked about the Prince liquor store as well, and the general area are a safe place to patronize. When I asked about the traffic, potential increase in unsavory characters at night trying to buy alcohol or liquor, as well as the pedestrian traffic, alcohol was never a factor in any of the accidents, and he also commented that in his conversations with Oakland County Chiefs of Police, where gas stations are currently selling alcohol within their jurisdictions, the chiefs stated there has not been an increase in crime due to the gas station alcohol sales in their respective cities. I also had a chance to drive through cities that do allow liquor sales at gas stations. The gas stations were all clean. Some of them, I wasn't even sure if they were open because there was nobody in the store or even at pumping gas at the time, but I did drive in and they were open. I don't believe that this is going to create the fears that some think may be there. We are not looking at having this is not a specialty store. This is a gas station that will happen to sell alcohol. It's not a specific specialty liquor store. And you find that if somebody's going to buy liquor, they go to their favorite liquor store, they're not going to say, hey, I'm going to run to the gas station to buy liquor. It just happens to be they're stopping to get gas, or I guess in this case maybe to buy chicken, and they're going to be they will buy alcohol as well. It's not based on the research and the people that I've spoken with who are familiar with the businesses and how they operate and how they've worked in other cities. It's not a destination for alcohol sales. I have a few more comments, but I will allow, I believe some of my colleagues have comments as well. But Councilwoman Hogue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Some of them you did touch on. One was, and I just kind of want to set the record straight on some things if we could, because a lot of comments have been made tonight and over time. One of the things, there was a person who stated that these gas stations are open 24 hours, they'll sell liquor for 25. By law, you cannot sell beyond 2 a.m. in the entire state. So let's put that out there. The president spoke about, we did our due diligence to check with our chief on crime statistics. There's been a lot of talk that this is going to increase crime. accidents and all that. And unfortunately, for those who may not want to see this pass, that's just not true. So we got to speak from facts. That's just not the case. The 500 feet distance, that's handled at the liquor license, not with us. So once they receive their license, that has already been confirmed and verified. Now, what I do want to ask our planner, if I may, within the city of Southfield, relative to gas stations only, how many licenses are we approving? I think you said it, but I'd like for you to repeat it, please.
How many have, for the alcohol sales?
Mm-hmm.
I believe this would be the third existing gas station that the council has considered, and you did approve one new gas station with alcohol sales on Northwestern Highway near 12 Mile.
So a total of 4.
4, and at most we have possibly one more in the pipeline, but I'm not aware of any additional interest, or we haven't had any other pre-application meetings or anybody contacting us. So right now it's around total 4.
So, I'm sorry, and the ones before us is the 4th one? Or
Yes.
Yeah.
The third existing gas station.
Okay, okay.
And the 4th total with a new gas station
Okay.
that you approved, but it's not likely to go forward at this time.
Okay, so I say that because we also talk about having liquor sales on every corner. Now, I know myself and none of my colleagues, we want that. That's not what we want. But we want to make sure that we're being fair to everybody as best that we can. So I just wanted to put that out there. It's not like there's 15 gas stations, 10, not even 10, nor are there 10 in the queue coming up. So that's not happening. So again, I'm just trying to stop this scare tactics, and let's just work from facts and then, you know, come to a decision after that. So thank you for that, Mr. Crowe. And my other question, and I'm not sure, and if you could just let me know, have we ever had a moratorium on this subject?
Well, before the council adopted these requirements, we did have a moratorium in place to study what
Okay.
the regulations would be.
So I wanted that out there, so it doesn't appear that we're just willy-nilly making a decision, that there was a moratorium before to do the analysis. So we have done that, and that brought us here. So you hear a lot of times people will say, well, you put a moratorium on dollar stores, but not on this, but we did. And this was before some of our time, but we did. So I just wanted to make sure that this information is just out there, and that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Councilman Hicks?
I had the pleasure of meeting these gentlemen earlier on today. Very nice people. One of the things that I'm taking away from today is I got to come and try your chicken. That's one. 2, by trade, I'm a technologist. And so data is very important to me. Testing is very important to me. When the council, this council, was looking at granting licensing for dispensaries, they wanted to ease their way into it, see how those things go before doing more. With that being said, testing and data, I would prefer if we as a council were to consider looking at the ones that we've already granted licensing to, seeing how those go, and look at that data. If there's no upward trend, then let's reconvene and determine what we do next. But because I am a technologist, I can't just implement something and just say, here you go, without doing a pilot. I ask that we consider doing these pilots on already approved, then come back and can give the petitioner consideration to move forward at that point, just as a thought.
So I do want to comment on that, because that was a conversation that the mayor and I had earlier with our city attorney. Because this is currently in the process and we're at this point, we can't just say, oh, let's put a pause on it and see what happens. We have to address this one way or another. In talking with our city administrator, at our next committee of a whole meeting, we will study this further to see what direction we want to go in. We've asked the planner for some additional information as well. But because we are currently having they went through the process, they've done everything, we can't just pause. When that question was asked.
Okay.
So I want to, because I knew that question may come up.
Gotcha.
And we do know, yes, we did do it we wanted to ease into it, and we do want, potentially maybe it does need more study, but we will talk about it at our next committee of a whole meeting, our study session, for further review. But we have to deal with this with our petitioner now. They've made it through the process so far. Councilman Brightwell?
Well, first of all, I want to thank the petitioners from both sides, really, for having a very civil discussion on this. And I've been here a couple years when we had some hot-button issues that it was not civil, and then we required a lot of corrective action. But Mr. Crow, can you tell me how many of our contiguous cities have this in place currently?
Well, at the time, we were in the minority as far as cities in Oakland County that prohibited sales, alcohol sales at gas stations.
Okay.
So I think it was less than 10%
Sure.
of communities.
Sure.
At the time that we looked at this a year ago.
Right. Early on, I did my due diligence with respect and reaching out to the chief. This was last year when this first started bubbling up. And he pretty much told me that this is a trend nationwide. And I think he happened to be out of town at that particular point in the city he was in. It was happening there. So now with respect to what would be, and this is a maybe forward-thinking question, but what would be the typical inventory that could be carried or would go on in a service station that would be selling alcoholic beverages? Is there any way of answering that question?
Are you saying the non-alcoholic beverage inventory?
No, the alcoholic beverages.
What would be the inventory of alcoholic beverages?
Yeah.
Approximately, for this type of station, it'd probably be about 50 or 70,000 between that number for that type of size.
Okay, okay.
Very small.
Right, that was my next question.
I mean, just to give you an idea, like an average liquor store has between 150 and 200,000 of inventory, the good-sized liquor stores.
Okay, all right.
Sure. So just if I'm reading this right, you're going to have some coolers that are shown in red for sale of beer and wine, and then the blue is behind the counter. That's for your spirits display. Is that how I'm reading that?
Yes.
So, I know you mentioned it based on dollar value, but this is based on the floor area. You've got coolers, then you probably have wine and beer that's not cooled on the shelves, and then the blue would be the harder liquor, spirits behind the counter. Is that correct?
Yes. Okay. But the bottom line is it'd be a relatively small inventory compared to a liquor store.
Yes.
A regular liquor store.
It'd definitely be a lot smaller than a liquor store. A lot smaller.
All right. Well, I pretty much understand this is a trend nationwide in your industry. I know your industry is changing, and there are, it's been, let's say, electrified with the EVs that are coming out. So, okay. Well, those are some simple questions I had.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Haynes?
You talked earlier about a moratorium. It's my understanding that you just got to go ahead to do some things. So it sounds like almost a game, red light, green light, you know. You say go, then you say stop. I'm wondering if that's not a good message we want to send to our business people, you know, to say, yeah, you got to go ahead, and now you're going to put a halt to that. And I think we need to be careful in doing things like that. From long ago, one thing I've learned, you cannot legislate morality. That is a choice of a person, and I think in some terms, I see that it's constantly trying to be done in some fashion. And also, we cannot make accusations that are truly unfounded. The idea of naming this liquor bill is a sad thing, because I find it strange that you would sell liquor and you would say, oh, you're going to name it liquor bill. It's like you're pointing the finger, but you got the others pointing back at you. So I think we need to be careful in terms of that and look at the business side of what's happening here and not look at the point of making the body here responsible for something that is set by the state. And I think one wise person did say that out there. Maybe we should be looking at that. Yes, we can say no, but in the fact that we do, there are consequences for saying that. And there is a part where we can almost say there's some discrimination that would be taking place if that were to happen. So we need to be real careful with that. And, you know, we're always up against, you know, we remember your name, we might not vote for you, things like that. You know, you have to take in consideration we were elected here as a body to make sound, wise decision based on facts, information, and laws. And that is the things that I'm hoping that you all would understand that we do. When I was on your side and I wasn't here, trust me, I got mad about a lot of things, got mad at a lot of people up here until I started learning and reading and understanding. And sometimes it's almost like a parent-child relationship. You're going to get mad sometimes, you have to get over it sometimes, because you come to grow and know and understand some things, and I'm hoping that you all understand it. It may not always work out in your favor or what you may like, even from an emotional or whatever standpoint, but look at the facts of things. We have to look at all of those things when we're up here. And I hope that you always respect that and respect us in that when you come forward to speak, and continue to do so as we respect these businesses and the things that happen in the city. One of the things real quick I learned in the class was the NIMBY, not in my backyard. And that is a real thing that happens. Somebody said, well, why don't you put it way over there? And that's because we're not over there. You know, so you have to really think about those type of things, you know. And you know what? Nobody likes change sometimes. But it has to happen. Sometimes it has to happen. And we are taxpayers, and we want to bring people to Southfield. We want to bring business in. We want to say good things about our city, too. So I hope you continue to do that instead of naming us because of certain things that's happening. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, gentlemen, assuming if this were approved, in that blue area where you're going to sell spirits, what do you think your selection would be? Let me twist that a little bit. Compared to a liquor store.
Most likely it would be the most popular items that sell.
That's my point. I'm not a big consumer of spirits, but I do buy beer in a grocery store. I doubt that I would buy it in a gas station, because generally I just get gas and go. But occasionally I like to buy something like Frangelica or creme de menthe, creme de cocoa, butterscotch schnapps. I don't think you're going to sell those, are you?
Probably not.
Because they're not in high demand.
No.
I go to a liquor store when I want a specific liquor. And by the way, mostly I pour them over vanilla ice cream. It's delicious. My point is that I really believe that liquor stores will survive on their customer service, on the variety of brands that they sell,
as opposed to what a gas station is going to sell. You don't have the shelf space, and you're not going to give up all your convenience items, because I know you do quite well with that, you and every other C-store. So it would seem to me that there's a level of, there is some competition, but then there isn't.
It's true.
I really believe that not every gas station is going to get into selling liquor or beer and wine. I also believe that liquor stores have a clientele that's pretty faithful. From the people that are here in Southfield that are in these businesses, that's what they tell me. You know, this conversation reminds me about drugstores. There were, years ago, Southfield had a number of independent drugstores. And there were people that said, well, I don't, you know, I don't want Walgreens, or I don't want CVS. You know, the council could not stop, if it was in a permitted zone, it's competition. They could not stop this. And that, you know, that's a key point here. Capitalism, and that's what the system we're under, promotes competition. And good business practices, customer service, these are the things that win people over and bring customer loyalty. So I really feel I needed to add that to this whole debate. Thank you.
Councilwoman Banks?
Well, I guess I'll keep it short since the mayor basically said everything I was going to say. And I can just speak for myself. I know I have my favorite liquor stores, and I will only purchase liquor, wine at those stores. Gas stations, I go in, I get my gas, and I leave. However, I know in the fall I did visit your store, and number one, I was amazed how clean it was, how nice and friendly it was, but forget about that. The chicken. I remember coming back and telling my husband, so many people kept saying, you're not having chicken, you're not leaving with chicken. I think almost every single customer that went in that store was leaving with chicken. So I'm going to have to join Mr. Hicks, and we're going to have to try your chicken. But
We'll be there tomorrow.
but anyways, the people that frequent your location, they say you're nice, you're good operators, it's a clean store, and you know, those who are like me, you're going to go into a gas station, purchase your gas, but I'm going to buy my liquor and wine at my favorite liquor store. So I don't see where it's going to take away from some of the other stores that were mentioned today. And thank you. I want to thank everyone for coming out and voicing your opinion and your concern this evening. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hoag?
I just had a quick question. Speaking of chicken, why does the request include the restaurant if it already exists?
They opened up without the special land use approval.
Oops.
Say forgiveness, not ask for permission. Okay, that's it.
Okay. There was, oh, Councilman Rightwell, you have a question?
No, I was gonna make a
Oh,
motion.
ahead.
No,
You have a question?
What time do you close tonight?
Time you close.
Shit, come on, good.
Close at midnight?
Everybody's
Will the
closed
chicken be
right now, so I
available at
gotta eat.
midnight? No. What time is the chicken closed down?
9 o'clock.
No.
Everybody's closed.
There was a comment earlier by someone who lives in the neighborhood who said that, you know, they want you to be good neighbors and, you know, maybe contribute to the neighborhood. I do know that you reached out to me and made that offer.
Yes.
So I can put you in touch
100%.
with the resident who spoke about that. Because I know you said, you know, if there's beautification needs or something that they're looking for, you know, for, if it's a association meeting, to provide some, maybe some snacks or, you know, something to help plant flowers around entranceways. You did mention that you are open to that.
We are willing and ready.
She's still here.
Okay.
She's still here.
Yeah, but I can put them in touch with her, so.
Thank you.
You know, I guess the last question I have is, everyone, a lot of the speakers, and we were taking, I know some of us were taking notes up here as people were speaking, you know, a lot of the comments were not necessarily about the gas station adding liquor sales. It was just the liquor sales in general, nothing to do with the gas station. That's why I asked that first question. If they were just a regular convenience store or any type of store, would they need to come to the council and get permission? The answer is no. You know, right now, there's really nothing stopping the petitioner, you know, maybe, to buying the building next door, or even, you know, one block over and opening a liquor store there, and we wouldn't be going through all of these motions. And that's why we did reach out to our police chief and asked, based on his experience, based on the facts, on the data, is there a concern? And right now, the data, the facts do not have a concern. Where this is in other cities, there has not been an increase in, I'll use the exact words, there has not been an increase in crime. The pedestrian comments, I took that very seriously because I do walk there. My daughter walks to school past that, you know, through that intersection. I would honestly say probably the side streets in the neighborhood are more dangerous than that intersection, the way that people drive. And I even have speed bumps on my street that the city installed, and it's still very dangerous. So I think a lot of the concerns I don't necessarily think are going to come to fruition, but it's always something that we do keep an eye on. When I spoke to the chief earlier today, he said, the council gets, we get a daily report, we get a monthly report. And if this is something that the council wishes to see, if there's an increase in incidents around gas stations selling alcohol, he is more than happy to put a report together for us as these businesses continue to operate and open. He is more than willing to put that to council, as you know, Councilman Hicks mentioned. You know, he wants that user testing done to see what happens, and our chief is willing to do that for us. So, and I don't want to belabor the point. I know everyone has been here for a while. But are there any other questions from council? Or Mr. Crowe, do you have any additional comments?
No.
I just want to say, I think even when you're talking about doing that report, we need to be mindful that there are people that come into this city intoxicated. So if, you know, depending on where they're stopped. And according to the police reports, which I am very thankful that we do have our policemen that stop people for various things and find out that they are intoxicated. And I mean, if you're going to be real detailed, you want to ask where they get the alcohol from. You know, if you want to be careful with saying, okay, they got stopped right here at the gas station, or did you pick it up from there? So, you know, people come from everywhere with that. That's a problem. But it's not something we want to zero in on the fact that they, you know, we can say that they bought it there. So we need to be careful with that.
And you know, even the conversation about, you know, if there's a call for service from the gas station or a general business in the city, depending on what it is, you know, he said based on the data from this gas station location, based on the address, sometimes it's it could be someone had an accident in the intersection, but they used that address, or something happened, you know, and it could be the incidents or the calls for service from the police do not indicate that there's something specific about this location. It's just the general doing business. You know, some of them were sick person or a parking complaint. So they weren't drunk driving. They weren't, you know, there's no robberies. There weren't any burglaries. There were burglar alarms that went off, but there weren't active burglaries or robberies. which he said, indicates that the neighborhood, again, that the data does not suggest that the businesses are prone to criminal activity. So, Mr. Brightwell?
Yeah, I'd like to make I move that we approve special use request PSLU 23-0020 as presented.
It has been moved by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilwoman Haynes, to approve PSLU 23-0020, the special use request of 10 Greenfield Gas Station to permit the addition of liquor sales and a carryout restaurant to an existing gas station located at 24839 Greenfield Road. Council, any further questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
There is one opposed, so that is 5-4, one opposed. Yes, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Right.
Was there a second?
As I said, 5-1.
Through the chair,
Yep.
have to still.
We still
deal
have
with the
our
plan.
site plan, yes.
Mr. President?
I'm making my notes here. Yes, Councilwoman Hoag?
Yes, thank you. I move that we approve PSP 230020, the site plan review for the stated property.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Hoag, supported by Councilman Brightwell, to approve PSP 23-0020, the site plan request at 24839 Greenfield Road. Any questions or discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Again, the motion passes by a vote of 5-1.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I'm moving on if I can.
Okay,
Well,
well,
just
hold
get
on.
Oh.
clarification on the support.
For the site plan,
Yes,
supported by, motion by Hoag, supported by Brightwell.
thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We can keep moving.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I move that we approve the travel expense report for Councilman Hicks for MML Capcom 24, March 12th through the 13th.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Hoag, supported by Councilwoman Banks, to approve the travel expense report of Councilman Hicks to attend the MML Capcom 24 in Lansing. Any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. If you're exiting the meeting, we ask that you do so quietly. We still have business to discuss.
Should I abstain?
You don't need to.
Aye.
I didn't realize you were up. I didn't realize you
All right, we'll just give it 1 minute, and then we will get into the other council items.
Did you like it?
All right, we can start with Councilwoman Hoag.
Thank you, sir, and I have nothing. I don't have nothing.
You don't have anything?
No.
All right, Councilman Hicks, do you have any comments?
Since the hour, no comment.
Ms. Banks? Hold on, Councilman Brightwell? We're still conducting business up here.
Just real quick, today we attended the Mayor's State of the City address, which was high energy, and you did a great job, Mayor. For those who were not present, I'm sure the mayor is going to announce when he will hold another session for the residents in this chambers. I highly, highly suggest you come out and feel the energy that we felt today with Team Southfield. And that's all. Thank you. Oh, before we close, I'd like to wish everyone a very happy Easter this weekend. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Haynes?
Yes, just want to say it was a nice State of the City. My most favorite part was the watching of the helmets that Terry had. That was really cool. I love football, so that was really nice, and I hope to see that collection again. I want to also add to the fact that I had the pleasure of reading to some kids at Stevenson Elementary in Vandenberg, And it was such a nice thing to do. The kids were well-mannered. We had such a good time reading. It's during March, which is Reading Month, and it was just fun, and I'm hoping to go back when it's not Reading Month to also do the same. And I've also had the pleasure for this month to go out with the Southfield Police Department.
Excuse me. Well, we can't shut the door, but he's gonna ask them to move away. We need to put a sign out there.
Yeah, so the Southfield Police Department, in conjunction with the Friends of the Library and also other people that donated books, and they're gently used books. And there were families that come up to Meyer, which they will be tomorrow from 5 to 7 at Meyer, giving out free books to the children. It was a very nice opportunity, get to talk to the kids about the library, also to see the police department in a different light. So don't forget tomorrow that will be going on. I think this is the last week since this is the month of March. But in addition to that, just remember that there are books always being sold about the first of every month at the bookshelf at the library. And I was so excited to also find out about the Money Geek, with the Southfield being #1 twice in a row for African American or black women to have a entrepreneurial business here in the city, and looking to do some more things with that down the line, because I think that's such a nice thing, important to our city, and also that we need to celebrate that as well. So looking to do that, and I think, yeah. Oh, and Happy Resurrection Day. Thank you. I'm done.
Councilman Brightwell?
I will be brief. And one of, typically I do veterans issues, and I got a note today that for the second Monday of each month, our Human Services Department offer a veteran services, free legal services for veterans. And I'll follow up on this at another date. But one thing that a lot of you might be aware, we have a Veterans Commission here. On ABC News last week, on the 21st of this month, they highlighted the fact that during World War II, there was a ghost war, a ghost army that saved about 15,000 to 30,000 lives. And just so happened, and I'll give more detail on this next time due to the necessity of the hour, but we interviewed a gentleman who served in World War II, and he was a part of the Ghost Army. It was made up of mostly artistic individuals. I mean, people of artists, people who had music, art, and those kind of things, and they really utilized their skill to fool the Germans, and they saved about 15 or 30,000 lives, and the president gave them a congressional gold medal. And I'll highlight that more at a later date, but that was a highlight news. That was a highlight item on the national news. And we have a veteran here who was interviewed by the Southfield Veterans Commission. So thank you very much.
All right, and then I will just quickly add that on Monday, leaf pickup resumes. So hopefully that is taken care of. The ice arena is only going to be operational for another 4 weeks or so. So if you want to get in your open skate, please do that. And I'd like to ask all residents to read the Southfield Sun that we got the end of last week. It had a very nice article about our code enforcement EV vehicles. They look much different. They're beautiful. I spoke with our Director of Code Enforcement, Therese Beeks. I complimented her on the design, and hopefully it's the next great thing is the EV vehicles coming to Southfield, and hopefully expanding that as well. With that, Mr. Mayor.
Just remind the viewing audience, if there's still anybody there, that the State of the City will be broadcast over city cable, as well as be on YouTube.
Is your mic on?
And we will
Can't hear.
repeat the, my mic is on.
Okay.
All right, I'll start yelling. Wake everybody up, it's now midnight. No, the State of the City will be repeated in this room on Thursday at 7 o'clock. This is the community version. It's free. 7 o'clock, you're invited to attend. If you do attend, wear your Team Southfield shirt, please. Thank you. And I really appreciated the cooperation from the council, the staff. We really made a good showing, I think, today with our team Southfield. So again, State of the City will be on City Cable and YouTube. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Administrator.
I have no items this evening. Thank you.
Madam Attorney.
Good evening. I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Madam Deputy Clerk.
Good evening. Nothing from the clerk's office. Thank you.
All right. Anything else to come before this honorable body? Seeing nothing else, this meeting is adjourned.
Support.